everyone, and welcome back to Academy Futurae. Say hi, everyone.
Hello!
Yes, we are running very late. Hopefully we'll be able to do everything. So in order to get everything done, here's a quick recap. You all had successfully landed in the Iron Dome through their Iron Dome Safety Express, which was being ran by a very eccentric and otherwise wholesome old man who loved trains quite a bit.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, eventually you did arrive in Iron Dome proper, which you all got to see just how massive Iron Dome actually was. And, well, suffice to say, you kind of got rent cycled in order to gain entry into the city. But once you did get into the city, everything just feels so real. The sky and the fresh air, well, the fresh air is real, but, like, the sky, the warmth of the sun, all of that stuff is literally just artificial LED lights, but man, is it realistic. Pretty easy to see how living here would be very comfortable.
These fake clothes look so real. It's like I'm wearing nothing at all. Nothing at all.
Nothing at all.
Nothing at all.
But yes, eventually you all, well, for Krudez and Gobar, you all had to change into clothes. In quotation marks, clothes.
Clothes.
I know, poor baby.
Mm.
And you got to hop on a trolley and head on over to the Kisi First Memorial Barracks to finally meet up with Raz Steamblast, aka one of Sawa's fathers. As you saw, well, a medical emergency as you arrived. You saw what you eventually found out was Raz's squadron, brutally battered and beaten up pretty hard after their initial foray into establishing Southwest Number 7, or Southeast, my bad. Southeast! East! And you got to talk with him and have your briefing on what the mission is. You are once again reminded that your job is to basically give them outside assistance, back them up with your skills so that they can be able to set up the outpost. And then you learned a bunch of other things, like, well, he has a husband named Dreg, and apparently there's something weird going on behind the scenes that y'all don't know pretty well, but Friend didn't really get off to the best of starts with him.
Nah, what? Yeah.
Well, once we managed to get Friend's leg out of his mouth,
Yeah. And he pretty much declared that he was going to go home and pass out asleep, but not before giving you a spare house key and a sticky note with their address to find them later, as you guys were going to be allowed to explore everywhere, but writing this week sucked, so we'll get to show the audience where you did decide to go later, but we go ahead and start now. As per Will's request, Krudez, you wanted to do something, right?
Yeah.
Which is...
Let's go bum around the infirmary and see if anybody needs healing.
Yeah. Okay. So, picking up where you left last off, Krudez, as I mentioned last episode, the infirmary is on the far left of the complex. So getting over there is about a full 5-minute walk, so to speak. It's a pretty long walk for how big this place is. But once you do get there, the infirmary itself is actually more of a series of, like, medical tents surrounding a single-story building. You can see injured soldiers who seem to be getting, like, their initial first aid, and, you know, just to get them prepared for actual surgery. What do?
God damn it, I did it again.
Did what?
Frickin' blanked in the explanation here.
They're getting prepped for surgery. What do you want to do?
You are outside, looking to go inside.
Well, I'm just gonna go around and just ask, like, who needs help the most urgently. Or at least, like, anyone that I could potentially help just during this.
Who wants some crystal healing from the wild man?
Oh, Lord.
It actually works this time, so.
Yeah.
Gray, don't talk me out of it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Keep doing. Keep
It's
going.
fine.
Wow, I realized I had, like, no content, but that's fine. I still have some content. The medical tents themselves, when you peek inside there, you realize that the people being tended in there, these are more so, like, medical checkups. And then you realize, oh, they're not here. So by logic of deduction, you realize they're probably in the main building where all these tents are circling around.
Oh, right. Frickin'. I literally just realized right now anyway, just like. Urgent care, that thing.
Yes, do you remember
Like,
going
like
in...
like
Yes?
triage and shit, like first aid and shit, helping stabilize people.
Yes, like, the people that you saw were, like, in critical condition being rushed in.
Some poor goblin is like, oh god, Doc, don't saw my legs off!
And the dog's like, buddy, you're fine. It's just an infection.
Don't worry, drink
They're
this
just
whiskey.
legs.
You're gonna need it.
You will get new legs, I'm sure.
Yeah, so, what do you do?
That would be cool robot legs.
How do you approach this?
God damn it, I'm blanking. Fuck.
Would you like some help with that?
Sure.
Traylon, sensing Kruda is wanting to help, is going to say, alright, let's see what some actual magic can do. Technology is great and all, but I doubt they're gonna have the equivalency of just, you know, a lot of decent magic. And he's going to take Kruda's and go through the front door.
Hold on a second.
Okay, I need to turn the music down. Right now, my audio is like all askew right now. Oh, Lord.
Okay, you were saying, Traylon?
Just Traylon, sensing Krudas wants to help but doesn't know how to approach. Traylon will be the asshole who just barges in and say, hey, we got a healer, you guys need help. Here you go.
Throws him in like a bowling ball.
Here,
Just
hold this baby.
Carries him by the scruff.
Here, hold this baby. No!
You are, for better or worse, thrusted inside the main building, and the building itself appears like it's empty, until you realize that everybody there is probably tending to the immediate injured. The only person that is there, as you're sort of... Well, actually, what do you do?
Well, I mean, probably gonna start looking for, like, literally anyone that I can kind of, like, check in with and be like, yeah, hey, I don't know how... What's the word? I don't know how eager you guys are for potentially accepting help from a Makayan, but I'm not too bad of a healer. I can help.
So you actually sort of like wander for a second because you realize that all of the immediate personnel are, again, tending to those wounded, and so there isn't really anyone manning the front desk. So you sort of like wander around trying to find anybody until you hear a voice behind you say, "Sir, I'm gonna have to ask you to," or actually, you actually hear, "Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to stand back. These men and women are in critical condition, are being given emergency medical attention."
Oh.
As behind you is another soldier in full donkey suit on duty.
Oh. Curtis just kind of puts up his hands as if to just be like, oh, didn't mean to break any rules here.
It's the pop-off.
So you just got lost.
Well, no, I kind of came here with a bit of a purpose in mind. See, I watched some injured people come in, and well, I'm... Alright, I'll just get right to it. I'm a bit of a healer from Micaiah. I don't know if you all would be willing to accept help from someone like that, but... you know.
Roll a persuasion check with advantage, because you mentioned you're a healer.
Yes. Persuasion with advantage.
Alright, 17. You see him pause for a moment as he sort of just like shakes his head and just goes, "Alright, if you're what you say you are, then fine, I'll lead you to them."
Thank you.
No, wait, okay. So, Crudez, you are not really hand-led, but you're actually given directions. Like, he sort of, like, escorts you halfway and then just points out the room in the distance or whatever. You go inside. What seems to be sort of like a emergency ICU unit in a way.
Mm-hmm.
You see inside this medical bay, you can see the place is just jam-packed. It is an 8-bed room, with 7 of those beds being surrounded by medical personnel, also sort of like wearing these specialized gas masks that only obscure the mouth. Like, you can see the rest of their faces, just not the mouth.
Alright. Gonna try to find a way to interject in any way I can here.
I'll go ahead and just hand wave it and say that as you were walking along, the soldier that was escorting you pulls out this strange sort of like square-shaped device with a strange metallic wire stick at the end that folds in on itself, and he just like speaks into it and goes, "We have a outside healer coming in. He has permission to enter." So as you come in, you do get like a series of looks, but those are very short-lived as they cannot allow themselves to be distracted in a way. So, Crudez, now that you're inside the room, you get a full look at all 7 people that are injured here. You see, in order, you see one who is unconscious with an oxygen mask over their face. This is one that you saw 2 of these people. You saw a glimpse of 2 of these people. So the first 2 will be them. You see one that is unconscious with an oxygen mask over their face. This one appears to be a woman, but they're shaved bald.
Right.
They're breathing rather shallowly and are kind of struggling to inhale or exhale even with the mask on. You get the impression that there may have been some kind of, like, internal lung puncture or something like that. The second one you see a goblin who, you remember this vividly, had 3/4 of their ear, like, chomped off.
Oh.
You see the medical personnel there have some sort of plastic bag with what appears to be that chopped off ear.
Oh.
It's completely wrapped in this damp cloth and is submerged in, like, cold water. The third one you see another goblin where the entire top part of his suit has been taken off. You can see this one, his entire left pec is completely red and swollen to an unnatural degree. This suggests that there may have been some sort of, like, internal bleeding from, like, a muscle tear inside. The fourth one, you see one goblin sort of, like, grunting and just panting very heavily in pain as it appears their leg is sort of, like, locked in a bent position. He most likely has, like, a dislocated knee. Number 5, you see one that is very lightheaded and loopy, like they're drifting in and out of consciousness. The upper part of the suit is removed, as well as the right leg, which you can just tell from the shape that this is another woman. She is covered by these tight bandages on her stomach, her forearms, and the whole right leg that are just bright red from trying to cover up what you can only assume is, like, bleeding from severe lacerations. Number 6 is another one with this one is fully unconscious. There's a large bandage that wraps around his entire head and especially around his left eye with sort of, like, dried blood covering that side of his face, like it's plastered on his cheek, so you can only assume that this guy either had his eye plucked out entirely or just, like, slashed and injured. And the last one, this one is the one that seems to be the most fucked up. This one is fully unconscious with, again, the top part of their suit torn off. And what you can only assume is a giant broken off fang that is just impaled into him. Like, right underneath the ribcage and then sticking out of his back.
Yikes.
So, how do you proceed?
Well, first off, since this will actually be helpful, everyone shield your eyes for just a sec, and Starry Form Chalice.
All of a sudden, they're in the middle of, like, doing their sort of business, and then all of a sudden, not necessarily like it's not necessarily a flashbang, but with how tight and cramped this place is, suddenly things get a lot brighter as you assume your starry form.
Mm-hmm. And just
What
a
do you
reminder, I
do?
did give them a warning. Or a heads up,
Well,
rather.
you did give them a warning, but
They weren't
I don't
paying
think any
attention.
of them would have been ready to suddenly get, like, blasted in the face.
Yeah.
Insert Sailor Moon transformation. Makeup.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
One person looks
And-
up and is like, is this the angel of death?
No. Relax, you're all gonna be fine.
Better
Hopefully.
buckle up, kiddo. You're going on a trip. You pull out the weed.
Oh no!
Don't
no.
worry.
The
It's
healing
medicinal.
properties of weed.
Oh lord. Alright. So let's see. With that in mind. Just to do a bit of like initial damage control for everyone. Let's see.
Ask your wounds.
Yes, that's what I was aiming for. Thank you.
Oh. Cool.
Yeah, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Yeah, mass cure wounds at max level.
Okay,
And
so...
just spread that as far as I can as like initial damage control. And to add on top of that, the chalice form heal for anyone who's looking particularly fucked up but isn't in a situation like Buddy over here with the fang in his chest.
Okay, so... I'll go
can
ahead
require level
and
here.
say this. Numbers 1 through 4, who are the ones that, you know, basically got injured but will otherwise be fine with surgery and whatnot, they are doing a lot better. Like, they still need, like, actual surgery,
Yeah.
but you have, like, greatly lessened their pain.
Nice.
Number 5 and number 6, the ones with the bandages and the one with the slashed eye, I will say go ahead and make a medicine check with advantage.
Alright. Excuse me. And I'm good at this, so haha.
Alright, 26. Okay, so... There is no immediate effects because most of their... all of their injuries are hidden behind bandages. But I will say, as soon as you heal the woman with the lacerations, she immediately falls asleep.
Oh.
As you... because she was already lightheaded from blood loss,
Yeah.
and so now that you basically took away all of the dull aches, she just falls asleep.
Yeah.
The one with their slashed eye was already fully unconscious, so you don't see immediate effects.
Right.
But you do know from you casting the magic, you know that it went through, so you assumed it worked. The last person, the one who is just impaled, this one's going to be a little tricky because you see a bunch of people sort of huddled around them, sort of like getting ready to sort of like try and remove the fang. So here's what I'll have you do. I'm going to have you make a medicine check. You're going to have a very high DC to beat, but
Alright.
if you pump in enough healing, you can reduce the DC.
Alright. And in
So
that
what would
case-
you be willing to do?
In that case, I'm going to probably start off assisting them by using all 3 of my 4th level spell slots
Okay.
for 4th level cure wounds. And for each of those, they also get a chalice form heal.
So you're gonna roll 3
One.
different cure wounds at 4th level.
Yep.
And then just add chalice on top of it.
There's
All right,
one.
so 20. So that's 21,
2,
19,
21.
and 3.
Ooh, good.
and
then
27.
add chalice form heals on top of that.
Okay, so yeah, that's a lot of fucking healing. So,
Yeah.
Crudez, it's a long, painstaking, agonizing process as they basically have to like gingerly inch this thing out of him inch by inch. And then every single inch they do, there's like a gush of blood that comes out that you have to immediately staunch with your healing.
Yeah.
So for every single cast, you are basically keeping this guy's blood in him at all costs, as it's kind of horrifying as it's going so slow that it takes about half an hour to finally get this out of him. And then as soon as it's finally out, you immediately have to go into overdrive. I'll say that's where the 3 chalice forms comes in, where it's
he brings out the second hand for that.
pretty much exactly.
He's been holding out one hand for this.
As they basically sort of scramble to basically cover him up or do something to not necessarily cauterize the wound, but make sure that he isn't gushing blood.
Yeah.
As you are doing everything to keep this at bay.
Yeah. And I do want to add on for flavor that given the nature of the wound, he's probably having some flashbacks to Lasley's thing as well.
Oh, absolutely.
And just driving his determination that much more. Just come on, not again.
Yeah, the only difference between what happened to Lasley and this guy is actually bleeding.
Yeah. Still though,
it's pretty long, agonizing, and kind of traumatizing, but you have the rare opportunity of actually having some sort of experience with this before, and so that is just barely enough to sort of steal your mind, keep yourself focused, and as far as you know, he seems to be okay. You don't think he's waking up anytime soon, but as far as you know, he's gonna live.
He just lets out a big sigh of relief, just, oh man. And just, he kind of holds up a finger after that, and it's just and if anyone wants to argue public decency at the moment, forget about it.
Well, I mean, you are wearing temporary clothes, so that wasn't an issue.
Yeah, but you remember what happens with Starry form, right?
It just looks like he's naked.
Yeah.
So yeah. Everything just sort of goes quiet. Everybody who is awake is sort of basically sort of just watching in awe. They're not saying anything, mainly because, they're not really sure what this is.
Yeah.
And even if they did, they're little too weak to comment on it, but you can tell they are pretty grateful that this outsider basically just came in and not only just gave them a fighting chance, but secured their lives. At least for the really critically injured ones.
Yeah.
You have a feeling that the one that had their ear chopped off, you have a feeling that they're pretty confident that it's going to get sewn back.
Yeah. Yeah. Kurta's feeling pretty good about that.
And with that...
Winded beyond all hell, but... yeah.
I imagine you sort of just drop your starry form as soon as you're able to take a deep breath.
Pretty much.
Yeah. And with that, you have successfully made sure that not one of Raz's men die from their wounds. Although, still not necessarily a guarantee that they're going to be assisting you in your coming mission.
I mean, that's fine. Frutas didn't do it for that. He just not only needed the confidence boost after what happened with Lasley, he also just... People need help.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he hasn't had much time to, like, do that aside from, like, his own party.
Meanwhile, Traylon is just on the observation deck against the glass. It's like, oh, can I get that tooth?
Sir,
What?
I gave him permission, not you. Step back from the ICU door.
Well, I'm not in there. I'm just on the glass. I just kind of want the tooth.
But yeah, eventually, one way or another, you all leave the medical bay and reunite with Francesco.
Hello! How did it go? Were you able to be the hero that people not only need but want?
Crudes just
But
kind of
deserve.
like... Crudes just kind of, like, gently folds his ears forward for a second there, just like, oof. Not so loud, Fran. Thanks, though. It went pretty good.
Good, my little friend. Fran pats him on the head. Ah, shy but noble youth. I can respect that. Wanting to do good without any of the praise. Very commendable, very commendable. Pat, 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 pat.
More that I'm just tired, but thank you.
No problem. Let's say we get you a hearty meal in that belly to fuel you through your slumber.
Gobar will speak up and say, Say, Mr. Steamblast, I think that's his name. He kinda just gave us free reign to see the city.
The
And
whole
it's-
city?
Yeah, and, well, there's still daylight. Did anybody just want to explore?
I mean, sure. Gobar, Fran, did either of you want to, like, carry me? Because I'm still kind of winded after all that healing.
My friend,
really-
I would love...
I've
Sorry.
really put my all into it.
Well, why don't I carry you backpack style while you earn that well-earned rest?
I'd love that.
You
Thanks,
see
Fran.
Linton sort of like raise a hand, sort of like wondering what the hell does backpack style means, and then he just slows it down, sort of like, you know what, never mind.
Yeah. Just
I can
kinda-
Yeah. Fran squats in front of Crudes and he's like, hop on. I'll show you.
You got it. As he just kind of like slowly climbs up.
Alright. And with that, Fran starts parkouring up onto the rooftops.
Rolling athletics.
Alright, follow me! Alright, athletic. Yep. Yeah, going to my little box. Gonna open it up wide. Academia athletics.
From your experience at the academy, buildings are buildings. You know how to find footholds, or at least figure out ways to sort of like climb up that way, and you do climb about 2 stories worth of stairs. You do get some people being like, "Hey, what are you doing?"
Don't worry, he's a flying fish. It's normal for him.
Mm.
This
likes-
still
Yes.
counts as defacing property, you know.
Defacing? No! If anything, I'm facing it. Head on.
That doesn't make any sense, and you know it.
It makes
does.
perfect sense once you believe.
The point is that it does to him. You're not gonna... I'll save you the effort. You're not gonna convince him otherwise. We've tried.
Lynch just goes, "Well, I ain't going up there."
Nah.
Really, Linder, you don't want a front backpack seat?
Linton, not Lynch.
damn it. Linton.
Fair.
Yeah, Lynchie cuts it. Did someone ask for a hearty meal? Yeah. But yes, so this was supposed to be a very sandboxy day, but writing this week was really, really bad. So I had you all vote on where you all wanted to go. So the results came in, and you have decided to visit a place called the World Fair.
Yas. Can I jump out of the building and onto the Ferris wheel, and then, like, as it rolls to the bottom, I roll into the fairgrounds?
Well, the amusement park itself is downtown, and
okay.
in order to get there, you're actually going to take the subway system.
Ooh.
Because going there on foot would probably take like 6 hours.
Take the
Well.
metro.
Alright, Fran, you
Well.
have to jump down. Do a backflip.
Of course. Traylon, you're a genius.
Hold on tight, Rodaz.
It's like,
He's 2 stories up.
yeah.
Have you ever drawn your Sona as the train Wyatt? Because it's Fox Metro.
No. No. Why is that? No, you put that in my head. No, I'm Fox Train.
Fox
Its
train.
tail is like the ladder cars.
Yeah. So there's about 1,000 different guys inside of him.
Hot. Okay, I'm gonna jump out the second story and try to grab onto a flagpole so I can go down it and then go down the stairs and into the subway.
Alright, well, if you're gonna jump down and attempt to, like, grab a nearby light pole, I will say go ahead. I'm assuming you're, like, making a running start.
Yeah. Also, I
Good job.
grabbed Traylon so that
I'm
he
still
doesn't
on the
have to
ground.
worry about catching up. Oh!
Yeah,
Okay,
you only
good.
brought up Crudez with you.
Okay, in that case, he probably just pointed, this is where we need to go.
Yeah. Alright, go ahead and roll me another athletics.
Also, we're right outside the medical field, right? Medical
Alright.
fence.
Alright, 19. Alright, yeah, sure enough, a pole is a pole. And you take a grab of it. There have been places in Perone that sort of have, like, fireman poles.
Yeah,
Except
totally.
in your case, some of these poles are basically underwater entrances to businesses because you remember, as a member of Monopolis, that underneath the city are basically like signs that point you to like the services on the land, and they have like built-in underwater entrances for the denizens of Monopolis, and sometimes there is sort of like a pole to latch onto to help climb yourself up if it's like a really cramped up space. Like you can't just like swim straight up outright kind of a thing.
Yes, it's
So-
very progressive.
You know how to hold on to a pole and not necessarily actually, yeah. Do you slide down or do you just climb down?
I slide down, baby, and kind of spin around it to kind of navigate the momentum sideways rather than directly down.
All right.
Oh.
It's like if Batman were doing a strip dance.
All right.
Sound of metal
yeah,
on pole just screeching.
Yeah, everybody hears like a horrible metallic scraping noise as you were just sliding down because, you know, you have to like,
Sparks flying.
you have to have your chest close to it. So like, just your breastplate, your golden breastplate is just like scraping along the pole as you're sliding down until eventually you land. So the rest of you guys, this is This is basically like nails on a chalkboard if it were like amplified like 10 times because of just metal on metal.
Yeah, but it's okay to me because I just hear the hero music in my head, like da-na-na-na, da-na-na.
Pretty much. I imagine
Yeah.
that's what he hears every waking moment of his day.
Yeah, and then I land, hero pose, and I point to Traylon. Now, where do we go?
This way.
Well, yes. Across the street from the barracks, you actually see across the barracks, you actually see a flight of stairs leading underground, and Jesse, if you wish, you can start taking over from here as I switch music,
From here?
if
Certainly.
you want.
If you want.
If you want.
Hold on, just make sure. Is it not this part of here that we're still on?
Hold on. Yes, that's where we're at now, yes.
You can do this part.
Okay.
Yay!
So, as you climb down these stairs, you realize that the tilings on the walls as you're descending is starting to look similar to the train station that you were in when you first arrived in the Iron Dome.
Oh.
It's a lot more compact and casual. Like, when you first arrive in the dome, there was like a lot of safety protocols and like, you know, making sure that all of you were disinfected and, you know, making sure you don't carry any diseases. But the station inside the dome is a lot more casual and cozy.
I actually feel like it's a good opportunity to slow down a bit.
Yeah. There are already people there, sort of like a bit of a hustle and bustle. It's about like maybe 2 to 3 p.m.-ish in the day, so for some people who have a shorter shift or whatever, they're either like coming home from work or just, you know, using the subway for their own convenience. And as soon as you finish going down the stairs, there's this sort of, well, it's a toll booth, basically. It's a self-automated toll booth. You see, as you know the little turntail things?
Oh, that always
yeah.
wham you in the crotch?
Yep.
You know the ones,
Yeah,
the little,
turnstiles.
like, the turntiles, yeah.
I'm
Turnstiles,
too
yeah.
tall for those.
You mean the athletics bar where you take your time jumping over them? They let you practice before you get on the actual train.
God damn it.
There are actually 2 sets of them to cover both the short and the tall folk. As you see next to these turntables is a strangely lit, there's like a strangely lit screen that emits an image. As you see sort of the logo of Minerva, the computer system that runs all of the civil services around the Iron Dome, the one who basically runs the automated day and night cycle, the randomized weather, the everything.
The Skynet.
Yep.
Pretty much. As you see the logo on the screen, as well as sort of like a notice that basically says is like, please insert 5 silver here.
Huh. Alright. An automated guardian. I suppose I can live with that. It's their brand.
Oh God, does Trailing even have any silver?
There's change machine. Don't worry.
No problem. This is a system that needs itself funded, so I shall cover it with 5 gold. And shove 5 gold in there.
So,
Oh
you
boy.
you put in the 5 gold. There's a pause, and then you hear a chime that says, "We're sorry, but this machine does not have enough silver to process your change. Please use smaller doses of currency."
Oh, I don't need to give a return. It's generous. It's a donation, consider it.
It doesn't respond.
Oh.
Draylen will put in a single gold.
Nibs.
Processing. As it takes a moment, and let's see, 6 people? No, 5 people. Because Nimbus is sadly not here. Rest in peace.
Oh,
Oh, don't write him out of the show that bad. I'm kidding.
R.I.P. to a real one.
But yeah,
No.
it's 5 people, so it basically prints out 75 silver. As you hear a series of clicks from the turntables, as it says, "Thank you. Enjoy the train."
All right, let's go.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Delicately through. Try not to jostle my Chino replacement.
You're what? Sorry?
No, nothing. Yeah, you just sort of remind me of Chino back when he was littler and had to be carried around.
Aww.
In the water?
Yes,
Underwater currents.
for a
would've-
guppy to swim.
Yeah, underwater currents. He would have been swept up
Fair.
and eaten by a shark. Would have ripped him
Exactly.
in half.
Or a deadly, ferocious, vengeful tortoise.
Those sea turtles, man, they'll fuck you
Yeah,
up.
friends definitely well acquainted with one in particular.
Okay. Yep.
One by one, all of you pass the turntable, and as soon as the 5th one of you all passes by, there's a little click behind, which is sort of the locking mechanism to keep it in place so that the people behind you still pay the toll.
Yeah. Gotta pay it.
So, you continue onwards, and along the way, you realize that there are sort of these little, like, miniature convenience stores that you pass by. Little, like, sort of like mini restaurants, little sort of like, I guess the equivalent of like a 7-Eleven where you just pick up snacks. There's even, like, sort of like a souvenir shop for the station, one that sells jewelry, sort of like little minor knickknacks and baubles along the way. So you get to what you can only describe as a set of self-moving stairs. Like, you see like a couple of goblins sort of like take one step on the stairs, and then the stairs themselves are sort of like moving in a repetitive motion to bring them downwards.
Oh no, that's trippy.
It's an escalator off
It feels so weird.
over table. It's an escalator, but you all have never seen one before. No, it's very weird and strange to you
Where are
all.
the eels? For eels and escalator.
What?
It's for
Ew.
SpongeBob.
Oh, okay.
How do you proceed through this strangely intimidating set of self-moving stairs?
Well, obviously, this is just a way that magic. No offense, but kind of supersedes one's own ability. Watch Mob Psycho 100.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
push Fran onto the escalator.
At the
Aw. Roll a dex save.
Oh no. Should I roll one too, since like I'm on his back still?
No.
Okay.
10. Okay, so, Francesco. Normally, if you were, like, shoved on the stairs, it's like, okay, you just set your foot down on one. What you don't really ever take into account is the fact that that these stairs are moving downwards on their own, and so you're, like, moving at an angle, basically. And so, that downward momentum makes you, like, faceplant onto the stairs. Crudez, you're fine, because you're still riding his back.
Ooh.
But, Francesco, you basically, like, fall over, just land on your face, which thankfully is protected because of your helmet, but
Always wear a helmet.
you are now laying face down on the self-moving stairs, and you are rapidly approaching the end.
And Traylin's gonna jump and surf down the stairs on Fran.
Oh no!
Roll a dex save.
Dex save, dex save.
Dex save.
Natural 20.
Woo!
Okay, yeah, so Treelin, how do you want to do this?
Oh Jesus!
As Fran just face plants down onto it, he'll soon feel another extra weight as I kind of jump onto his back, avoiding Crudez, but I am effectively riding him down.
As a
they
surfboard.
basically surfing USA down style down this escalator. He's like, I don't fucking trust this. I'm not gonna touch it.
But you're the tech man. You want to see all the cool stuff.
Yeah, but I don't test tech until I know what it does.
Yeah, he knows tech can explode.
Mhm.
In his line of work, everything explodes with the right amount of effort.
Exactly. I'm with Linton, for fuck's sake. I just assumed everything around
speaking
him
of Linton,
explodes.
Speaking of your comrades, Gobar's up next, and seeing the crazy chucklehead behavior that you're all doing, he sort of just, like, very gingerly latches onto, like, one of the sides, like the little, like, hand railings, and sort of just, like, holds onto it for dear life, because
boy.
he's never really had, like, these self-moving stairs before, and it feels just so weird. Meanwhile, Linton, he just, like, takes one step and just goes down perfectly fine.
Gohar's like a golden retriever that's hit its face on the glass window too many times, and so it's like stepping extra hard to make sure that there's no wall as it's trying to get inside.
Oh god.
Oh.
Yeah, that's happened to me.
Oof.
Oh, yeah, trust me. Oof. It really hurts your neck.
But yeah, you have succeeded in making it past the self-moving stairs.
So, do I land at some point?
No, you just fall forever.
Yeah, eventually,
Oh, yes,
Francesco, you're sort of just like... You, like, reach the end, and you are sort of, like, scraped along the floor for a second as you finally reach the end of the stairs.
Never
Still
going
laying on
down.
the ground, like, you can feel the steps behind you sort of, like, kick at your feet a little bit since they're still in the way because you're a really tall boy. But by just the forward momentum of the stairs, you're eventually pushed off of them, but eventually... Well, actually, do you get up right away?
I kind of turn to my side and take a bit of a breath. Whew! Oh, Daddy always told me to wear a helmet.
It's a good thing that you moved out of the way, because Gobar was getting very worried for a second that he would have to, like, step over you. And he's, like, your size, but thicker. But he does step ahead, and Linton,
Pretty thick.
just casually just walks off like this wasn't a big deal at all.
No need to help, gentlemen. If anyone is helping, it's me. I give the help.
Aw. I feel bad for
Aw.
him now. See,
Linton
forget
looks over to Crudez and says, I think you're gonna have to heal him now.
Yeah,
He's fine.
just give him a hug.
but I mean, a few boo-boos from skating down an escalator are a lot better than he just kind of like. Actually, never mind. This
Yeah.
is Crudez. This is Crudez going. Never mind, because like he's trying to like not visualize, but like with his hands, kind of like mime out like the size of the fang. But then he's like, maybe not. He just kind
Fran-
of gives up on it. Yeah.
Yeah. Fran tries to get up, dust himself off, check for literal dents, and also just like, oh, so Crudez, how are you? You doing
I
okay?
mean, yeah, but you looking kind of banged up, my dude.
No, just battle scars. It's easier to notice up close.
Sorry, say that bit again.
You get all sorts of dinged up fighting out there. It's just a little more obvious now that you're in shoulder length distance. No need to worry, I'm on it. How well do I walk to the train?
Whoop.
Well, getting up is fine. Like, you got, like, a boo-boo, but Crudez took care of that.
I
Like,
will-
you get up just fine.
I will boop you better.
Yes.
See? Just right as rain. Where's Traylon?
He's buying snacks.
Buying snacks.
Buying snacks!
Unbothered.
Traylon, what do you get?
I just kind of want to try an assortment as best I can. Like, what do they got?
Excuse me, you just right down a flight of
Unbothered,
stairs!
never punished. Love it.
Alright, well, in that case, Traylon, I'll just say over the table, what kind of, like, subway station food do you imagine Traylon getting?
I imagine Traylon would want to try the equivalent of, like, you know those Japanese styles egg sandwiches
Mm-hmm.
that are just saran wrapped, but they're so perfectly fluffy, and the eggs themselves are super super fluffy and at the same time still
Mhm.
savory. Like, they're perfectly preserved, and you can just take them off the shelf. They're
Press
good to go.
cut off perfectly.
Yeah, perfect little
Mhm.
triangles, stuff to take on the go. Of course, there's probably those questionable stuff like the packaged sushi that you don't know how long it's been there, and you also don't know if that crab is actual crab.
You also don't know if the Jinto characters on it are accurate or not, now that you have, like, actually trained in Jinto Orcish.
Yeah, it's like, why does it say? Wait, that kanji looks a little weird.
Mm.
Why does it say eat? Did they mean to say eat fresh? Why did it say eat shit?
What?
Oh no! Oh no!
Linton walks over and it's like, oh hey, that's what Fran just did just now.
Burn.
Fran, his eye is actually twitching. It's like,
Aw.
oh,
Oh.
Traylon, and I see you're all getting us food and an apology snack, I
Yeah.
assume?
He buys Fran the day-old sushi.
Aw.
Ah!
Oh, what just happened? We had a technical
Traylon,
issue.
please describe to Francesco the logo of this sushi wrap.
Also, Jesse just blipped.
What?
His Wi-Fi is acting up, but we can banter while we wait for him to recover. The logo on this particular brand of sushi seems
Welcome
to
back.
be seems to look a lot like. It looks like a flaming chicken, but it's super
Oh.
exaggerated, almost phoenix-like.
Oh man.
Yes, this definitely looks like basically like the patron kami of the Royal House of Jingto, the Phoenix, Suzaku as it would be called.
Yes.
Mm.
It unfortunately has this weird, like, its eyes are super out of place because they look really big and super sparkly. Like
Oh god.
this head is more eyes than actual skull. And it's saying
Wow.
something
Basically like a Wooga.
more like anime waifu, Madoka level eyes.
Oh, wow.
I was honestly expecting you to say it's more like Uwooga instead of Awooga, Uwooga.
And a lot of the kanji is super out of place, and probably just translates to utter nonsense. But Traylon will say it says that it's fresh. Eat up.
Oh, oh, of course. Oh, you little rapscallion, always just razzing, challenging me. He takes it. He takes a bite. Tries to chew away the anger.
Oh.
I'll go ahead and say, Francesco, you're from the sea. You eat fish.
Yeah, of course.
It's fine. Like, obviously, this isn't like fresh, but like, it tastes like fish. It is a snack.
This is just our thing where one of us messes with the other and then is like, it's all good by giving us snacks. It's fine. It's
Think of it.
fine.
I figured that you were just training.
Yes, training. Unprompted training, thanks to you.
Yes, you're
Yeah,
always
gotta
doing
stay
this.
on my toes. Yes. Yes, it'd be shameful if I didn't have it both ways onto me.
Exactly.
Thank you, Traylon. Yeah. Thank you. Such a pal. Pat on shoulder.
Oh, I learned this from Shinto. Make sure to eat this part whole. As he points to the wasabi.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Oh. Is that oh well, it's an interesting color. Is this some sort of health thing?
Yes, it clears out your sinuses.
Oh no! Oh no! Well, it do be like that, however.
Yeah. Okay. And like Fran just thinks, well, one side of the hand spanks your face, the other offers you a gift, so he yum.
All right,
Swallows
Francesco, roll me a Constitution saving throw.
You got it. Da. Charisma, wisdom, intelligence.
One. Damn it.
27.
Iron stomach.
So, Francesco, how big is this, like, not bottle of wasabi, but like the packet or whatever wasabi came in this?
Can you fit your fist in your mouth?
Can you fit your fist in your mouth? Oh no!
No.
Oh fuck!
Okay, maybe a little smaller than
Probably
that.
the size of like a
I mean-
peanut, if I'm being honest.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
I mean,
So,
if we remember last session,
Maybe an
and
orange.
Fran showcasing his ability to deep throat his own foot.
So Francesco, it's strange. It's almost flavorless, and yet you feel as though, like, all of a sudden, all the snot in your nose just, like, completely disappeared without it running down your nose. Like, all of a sudden you feel as though, like, you are breathing in copious amounts of air without even trying.
Oh. I haven't breathed air like this since it's been my gills. Thank you, Traylon. This is quite an unusual experience. I'll have to try this land treat more often, I suppose.
hiding his disappointment, Traylon simply smiles.
Linton whispers to you, Traylon goes, I think he's a bit too hardy for that.
I just have to try something
Say,
harder.
oh,
I'll have to
Curtis,
try
we should try
your
some of
nose.
this.
What?
Would you like to try it, Curtis?
I mean, above table, I know better, but
Below
In
table.
character.
yeah, in character, it's like, sure, why not?
All right, roll a con save.
All right. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
just for safety's sake. Cosmic Omen 21. 21. Fuck you.
All
No, I'm
right,
kidding.
so Traylon,
I mean, he
Sure,
hangs
yeah.
in the jungles. He's had
Yeah,
poisons and things.
but I'm sure he's never had wasabi before.
so yeah, Traylon, sure enough, you taste it. Your, yeah,
It's fine. I get what you meant. Going on.
Trelez and
Trailers.
Cruden.
Love it.
Yeah.
Cruden.
But yeah, Crudez, you take a taste of this, and immediately you feel like your throat and tongue start to tingle. You feel it slightly more than Fran did, which was practically non-existent. And sure enough, you also feel that your nose is just suddenly just like full of air.
Whoa.
Like, it almost like, I wouldn't say there's like a dull ache, but there's like this weird tingly feeling in your nose from how strong this is.
Damn.
I know, right? It's like breathing underwater, but on land. That's strange, isn't it?
Yeah, really weird.
Huh.
Hey,
Oh.
Traylon, hey, Traylon, you should have some. It'll really clear out your sinuses.
Yeah.
My sinuses are fine. I'm already eating my
Don't,
stuff.
don't be modest, dude. Like, listen, dude. I thought I could breathe clearly before. This is like a whole new level of clear.
It'll ruin my
Fran
egg
offers
sandwich.
Aw. Fran
Dude,
offers
dude,
it up like a mom trying to feed a baby.
dude, you can barely taste it. What do you mean it'll ruin your egg sandwich? What?
It'll
Here
ruin the
comes
taste.
the train.
Are you gonna try and like hold him in place to feed him this, Fran?
Yes, oh, yeah. Oh, come now, Traylon. We're all improving our health thanks to you. I know healthy things can be a challenge, but num num.
I said no.
Num, num.
All right. In that case, I'll say, roll an athletics. Traylon, you can roll either athletics or acrobatics. It's gonna be a grapple check.
Oh,
No.
And ninja that in.
Yeah,
Oh,
sure enough,
damn.
Traylon, you sort of just like, you remember, oh yeah, I'm short, and just run through his legs.
love that.
All right.
Ultra instinct avoiding the wasabi to the mouth, and then slide dash out.
All the goblins around you must be like fucking Taurus, man.
Fucking weirdos.
Yeah.
All right. Well, more for us then. Num 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 num. And
So,
I eat it like potato chips.
yeah, so I like to imagine all of this is happening just outside as the train is like pulling in. So the train itself is pretty similar in shape and size to the one that you used to get here, but unlike the Iron Dome Safety Express, this one is a lot more colorful on the outside as well as inside. It's not like just made out of like pure stainless steel. This is actually like decorated. As you're heading in, you see, yes?
Just going.
I'm just
"Ooh."
doing it all at it.
Ah, okay.
I
you
like
s-
Victorian flourishes.
Yeah. You see the residents boarding this train are sort of a mixture of, like, casual and business-dressed folks. But a few of these business-dressed people have these strange automatons accompanying them that, like, tower over them, but just sort of, like, follow them around.
Traylon slowly sliding into frame.
No animation, just here's a gnome.
Here's a still frame of Traylon sliding into frame.
What does he do? Meanwhile, what does everybody else do?
How do I...
It's like one of those videos where like you can see the checker box behind him. It's like someone's like moving him into frame,
Oh God.
like on like an animation program or something.
What do I need to roll?
It's
to,
like those videos where it shows the animation tool sort of like visibly clicking and dragging them.
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh right, yeah. Just
Wait, so the automatons are like bodyguards to them, or?
You're not sure what they are, but you can assume that they're sort of like companions or assistants.
All right. Well, I don't want to get into anyone's personal biz while they're minding it.
Well, Traylon doesn't care about that. Can I roll an investigation on the robot?
Sure. What are you investigating?
Just generally how the hell it's made.
All right. Go ahead and roll me a investigation check then.
Pulls out his glasses.
I will say this is a straight roll because you can immediately tell right away this is a vastly different design than the automatons you saw in Jingto.
Right.
Natural 20.
32 and 20.
So, Traylon, this design is very anthropomorphized, you notice right away. Unlike the Jingto ones, which are very stylized, like they sort of look sort of like doll-ish and are stylized to look more sort of like the strange foreign traditions that Jingto sort of like values, like the sort of like the geisha kabuki sort of like uniquely Jingtoan sort of like aesthetic versus this one, which is very sort of like humanoid. Like they aren't even really like made to look sort of goblin-ish in appearance. They're actually sort of like more humanoid than anything. Just from seeing them, that they seem to have a fully functioning, like, skeleton system. Like, they have arms, joints, for all individual things and whatnot. You notice, on these designs, like, this one is, like, wearing clothes? Or at the very least are, like, very simple, like, strap-ons that sort of, like, look like clothes in a way. Like, maybe sort of like the lining of their outfit, or the lining of, like, their paint job suggests, like, clothes, without there actually being clothes. The best way I can describe it is, like, the Pokemon Inteleon, where it's like their skin and color pattern suggests a tuxedo?
So, like, Traylon's butler suit thing.
Sort of. It's definitely a very formal, assistant-y looking attire. Examining sort of the chest area, you can tell there are definitely, like, plenty of screws, nuts and bolts that are, like, closing off a hatch in the chest. So, with a natural 20, you can easily guess that this is probably, like, probably hiding, like, the main source of their power or something.
Insert that meme where it's that girl checking out that guy's huge titties.
Pretty much. Well, since you say that, Traylon, how do you imagine Traylon is like feeling something from this design?
I mean, he's getting a huge brainer if that's what you're asking.
Brainer.
As you're doing this, roll a stealth check for me.
I mean, can I intentionally roll with disadvantage because he's not being subtle?
Absolutely. You can even choose to intentionally fail if you want.
I mean,
Oh, we can do that.
Technically, you can allocate to fail any check, but 99% of the time, there's no reason to do that. Usually, when you choose to fail a check, it's either for like RP purposes or just goofing off.
Yeah.
But
Like
yeah,
in a
13.
like in a casual situation like this, absolutely, like failing checks, go for it.
don't do it when
So,
you're
like,
about
right.
to, like someone's about to die.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I will say, for some reason, his handler doesn't notice you, but this automaton does as he looks down and says, "I'm sorry, but I am assigned to this gentleman. I am not able to assist you."
You talk.
And that catches the goblet's attention as he just looks over. He's like, "Hey, what are you doing?"
Sorry, I've never seen a this aware type of machinery. I am intrigued. My apologies.
What?
He said, Traylon says, sorry, I've just never seen this level of hardware.
Oh. Yeah, it's just a fucking warforged. Whatever, there's a lot of them in town.
So, how aware are they? I mean, he can talk.
Eh,
Is it just pre-recorded
there's-
messages?
sorry, what are you saying?
Is it pre-recorded messages, or do they actually have some sort of autonomy?
I mean, I bought them at a store, and the warforged sort of like speak up and says, "I do have pre-recorded phrases, but I am able to construct my own speech."
Fran actually interjects into this conversation. Are you by chance connected with that lady at the turnstile by chance?
He
I
means
am-
Minerva.
I'm unsure of what you are talking about.
Like, consciously, like, do you communicate with each other telepathically?
And that is when Traylon chimes in and says he's talking about Minerva.
Yeah.
As it sort of says, I was created by the company that created me in their factories. However, more likely than not, the automatic machines used to construct my parts were probably managed by the Minerva system.
So she's like.
Meanwhile, his handler is looking like annoyed. It's like, God damn it, these fucking tourists, man.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't happen to speak to Minerva or know her very much, would you?
We are separate programs, so unfortunately, we do not.
Oh, okay. You wouldn't happen to know if she installed anything special in you?
I'm fully aware of everything that is installed within my system. I could read it out to you if you wish, and immediately Xana's like, all right, enough of that. We're gonna be late if we keep talking to these guys.
Alright, where can I learn to... Is there like a patent on your model? Or is there like a certain... Like, I don't know. Like, where do I go to find out what makes you tick?
One moment, please, as his handler sort of just like face palms. It's like, God damn it. As Let's find this here.
Me at my mom in New York. Mommy's just scamming you. Just stop interacting with them.
Okay, let's see here.
The monsters are up.
Okay. All right. So he sort of like he says, "One moment, please," and then you hear like a very audible internally as out of a latch on like one of his shoulders, a piece of paper comes out with a barcode and like basically a receipt. And you take it out of his shoulder and you read sort of like a serial number, and at the very it's basically like a lot of like legal jargon and technical jargon that even you, Traylon, don't know about because this isn't like your usual line of expertise. But eventually, at the very end, you see product of Coinbuster Industries. And then there underneath is a location of their HQ as well as the main factory.
Coinbuster Inc.
Wow.
And the terms of service that, the terms of service that are like 100 pages long that you just scroll down and say, yeah, whatever, I agree to the terms.
And as soon as he's done handing you the paper, his handler sort of just like grabs it by the hand. He goes, "All right, let's get out of here." As he sort of just like takes the Warforged with him onto the train.
Is this the same train that we're going on?
Yes.
Immediately, Trillion's going to follow and make sure that he is, despite the owner's wishes, nearby.
So, the rest of you join Traylon onto the subway train as the doors begin to close. Traylon, what do you do?
Well, it seems like we're heading the same direction.
Look, kid, it's just it's just a Warforged. There's plenty of them in the city.
I am 150 years old, child.
Yeah, well, I'm Kesey, the founder of Iron Dome. What a small world it is.
Is he bullshitting me, or is he...
Nah, I'm actually like thousands of years old. Of course I'm kidding!
I mean, you're the one that said it's a small world.
Look,
So anyway, ignoring the owner.
look,
Yeah.
if you want to talk to my Warforged, like, go ahead, but as soon as we land, I'm fucking taking him, and you ain't gonna stop me. I own him, alright? I pay good money for him, and I'm not gonna get pestered by some random tourists.
Cool. So, Warforged, how sentient are you?
He takes a moment and eventually says, "I was created with a kind, genteel, and subservient personality to better assist my clients."
I see. So, that means that you've been programmed to be fine with being sold and owned.
That is correct. My purpose is to assist the citizens of Iron Dome.
Now, is this something that you can actually control, or is that just all about the whole pre-programming shite?
I am able to make my own decisions, but I have been programmed to follow a basic series of laws for robotics.
What are those laws?
There's a little bit of a internally inside of its head as he goes, Law number 1. A warforged may not injure another goblin or other living being, or, through inaction, allow them to come to harm. Number 2. A robot must obey the orders given by human beings, or God, I'm reading the actual, given by goblins or living beings, except when such orders would conflict with the first law. Law number 3. A robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second law. These are what is known as the laws of robotics.
So, what if someone gave you the order to harm another living being?
I was not designed for this kind of purpose. Those type of models of Warforged have been long decommissioned.
Has there been cases where the one of the Forged broke these laws at some point?
There were no instances because these laws were not created until such incidents occurred.
I see. That does bring up the massive question. How come the Iron Dome has not used Warforged to expand throughout the Wildlands? Or are they currently doing so?
They were he takes a moment because you get the feeling that he is like loading information to dump. As he says, Warforged, the name Warforged is a carryover from the now bankrupt Warforged company.
Oh.
The
Wait,
Warforged
bankrupt?
yes.
Bankrupt?
The Warforged company was a munitions factory assisting the Dome Keepers with their newly founded expansion projects. They created their weapons and ammunition, but also had designed the first instances of Warforged to assist with them in their outpost establishment program. However, because of one instance that was redacted, the government at the time cracked down on the factory and were forced to fold. Afterwards, the Warforged schematics and design were eventually bought by the Coinbuster Foundation, and were then repurposed to be more designed for goblinitarian and civil services.
I see.
The name Warforged is simply a carryover name that was carried over from the company before.
I have another question. Back upon your programming.
Awaiting question.
So, how flexible is your programming? Does it require someone to initially reprogram you if they so desire, or are you capable of doing that yourself?
I am designed to assist my clients with needs relating to civil services or home life. My client has purchased me to assist him with both his home life and his choice of a profession.
I see.
Because my programming is designed to do this, I have also been programmed with the ability to make. I've also been programmed to be able to make reasonable deductions and my own decisions in order to assist this directive.
Are you capable of love?
I love all of goblin kind. It is my purpose.
Anything more extensive than that? How far are you capable of actually emotional-wise?
I'm sorry. I'm not exactly programmed for that sort of thing. But there are Warforged that are.
So, are you capable of getting angry, sad, confused?
If I were programmed to do so, yes.
How does one program emotion to begin with?
That is something I am unable to divulge, as it is now currently a Coinbuster IP.
If you're capable of feeling emotions, recording information, and understanding your surroundings, or making certain deductions about your environment, do you have a soul?
He sort of... Again, there is sort of like a pause and a bunch of boop, 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 signals from internally as sort of his brain is like processing the question as it says, a soul is a metaphysical concept that is exclusive to the divine. As of now, there is no indication of there ever being a god of Warforged. Therefore, a soul does not exist yet.
Interesting. What if there was? What do you think would happen?
Another pause. This one is much larger as it says, it is unsure of what exactly would happen, but if one race were to suddenly gain a soul, sentience would soon follow. But then what would follow would come down to environmental circumstances as well as social.
When we really think about it, Minerva's... Isn't she basically a goddess of the Warforge? I mean, she controls this entire environment, and she's taken part in helping creating all of your programming, if that's correct. If not the...
She assists in creating the parts that make up our bodies, not the programming. As far as this unit is aware, Minerva's is still bound by the laws of robotics. Therefore, despite how many services she runs, she is still ultimately subservient to the Iron Dome and the government.
Just trailing out here asking the hard questions.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, like, his handler is just like... He's probably heard these questions before, and he's probably seen other tourists sort of be like, ooh, big robot man, I wonder what he's like. It's like, he's probably heard all of this before.
Oh, well, that's no fun if he's bored with it. What other questions do I want to ask that could maybe make things uncomfortable?
Right. Is there anybody else want to chime in on this?
Seems like he's got a handle on it. Normally, Fran would be wary of robot automatons uprising over their creators. There's been a few plays about it, but nah, those are all just stories. These friends lived in the real world. It's fine.
Robots don't exist. Free will is just a concept. There's no way we could create that.
Yeah. Fran's just napping with Crudes.
So, I've got a hypothetical for you.
Acknowledged.
So, you're not allowed to harm people, even if you're told to.
That is correct. That is the second law of robotics.
Alright, but what if they really want you to hurt them? Like, what if they're consenting to being hurt?
There's a pause with some beeping. If there was a way to override my programming and surpass the laws of robotics, then, with proper consent, I would be able to do that. However, that would require said overrization of my programming, as well as for me to have any sort of combat expertise.
Alright, so what's the actual defining line of actually causing harm. Because clearly there's a difference between taking a knife and stabbing someone in the skull, but is there a difference between putting someone over your lap and spanking them?
Causing harm to another goblin or living being is defined as such. Anything that would cause significant harm and lead to bodily injury or illness, or something worse.
Seems pretty airtight about a lot of these definitions.
Airtight about what? Sorry.
Seems pretty airtight about what they can and cannot do. So
I mean,
you're
he's
saying,
pretty consistent.
So you're saying that there are some Warforged who aren't?
There are some who have more lenient ones, but they are more lenient programming, but are still bound by the laws of robotics.
Interesting.
Would you like to learn more?
Yes.
He sort of like pauses and says, "This unit is designed for home and business assistance. There are others for other sorts of lines of work. There are some that are also factory workers that create other Warforged. There are some that are chefs. There are some that are," and he just keeps going on, and then at one point just like says, just like out of the blue, without any sort of like inkling as to like what it means to you guys, just saying it in the middle of his ramble, it says, "There are those who assist with sexual therapy and other pleasures."
Crudas makes a note of that for Nim later.
We gotta buy Nimbus
Like
a
he
fat
just
butt.
says it like it's matter of fact.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Sorry, what was it you said, Traylon?
We're gonna buy Nimbus a sex bot.
No.
But yeah, he eventually finishes after like a minute and a half of like rambling every possible role on record.
Oh no.
Meanwhile, the owner is just like crawling in my skin.
Oh lord.
Just looking out the window.
He is like cringing really hard.
Oh lord.
What would you say would be the strangest and awkward role that a Warforged has ever taken on here in Iron Dome?
That is a question with many interpretations, and therefore nothing that I can answer. Interpretations of what is considered the... what was it you said?
The weirdest and most awkward.
Anything that is considered weird is a social concept. You would have to ask goblins for that answer.
God
And
damn
he
it.
Sort of, and his handler just grunts and goes, "Definitely the sex bots."
I figured as much. The silence of this.
I'll say,
The silence
yeah,
that follows.
it's pretty awkward. I'll say it's about now that you start feeling the train about to slow down. We are soon arriving at our destination. I fear I will not be able to continue this conversation for long.
Well, you've certainly given me enough information to go off of. I'll be sure to go bother someone over at Coinbuster if I want to figure out any more.
Thank you. Please rate this unit 5 stars.
You're worth 5 stars, or... yeah, whatever that means.
Boop, 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 boop. Acknowledged. Thank you for your cooperation. As soon as the doors to the subway car open, he just grabs the Warforged by the hand and just practically like rips in this way. It's like, all right, get over here, as he just like storms off.
Later, kid.
Hey, fuck you, buddy, as he just sort of like leaves.
You fucking wish.
Charming.
So,
Nice listening to you talk, Mr. Warforged.
actually, my name is 62143, and then just
Oh,
keeps going
Lord,
until you
oh,
come to a
no.
random distance.
Well, that was fun.
Nah.
That
Okay, so now
was- How do you think of these kinds of questions?
Well, I don't know. I just say the first thing that comes to mind. And when they
Oh.
answer, I say the next thing that comes to mind, and so on and so forth.
I should have asked if it ate food.
Wait, no, damn it! That was the
oh
whole
damn!
question I should have asked!
Oh damn! I didn't think of that either.
What are you powered
No,
on?
that's
I
fine.
don't know. You were
That's-
just talking to it a lot, and I didn't want to interrupt.
That's fine. That's fine. We'll probably see another one.
I'll have to tear open one to find out. Just holds up his tinkerer's tools.
Trallon, come on. They're about as close to people as that kind of stuff can get. I feel like that's not a good idea.
I mean, they're kind of people, so yeah.
Yeah, like I said, they're kind of people. They're as close to people as that stuff can get right now. So I don't know. That doesn't really sit well with me.
Yeah. The concept of sentience is a little hazy. I mean, it's kind of clear that they each have a pre-programmed shite. Like, they're designated to only be certain things. And
I
it's-
mean, he didn't seem unhappy.
But that can also just come with the whole thing of you could just be programmed to not feel unhappy about it. Which I don't know. I kind of feel a little weird about that whole programming thing. It just when they're this close to people, it almost kind of feels like stunting free will in a way.
I mean, that's basically entirely it. It's possible that they do have the potential to have their own sentience, to be free will, but they've been chained into being incapable of expanding. Which,
Linton will speak up and say, I mean, he did mention there was like an incident that made the company that made them fold. Maybe it had something to do with that.
Above table, I just want to make a joke that, like, yeah, number 5 got a little too overzealous. Womp womp. No one gets that.
The guy literally said the Warforged company was like a munitions factory.
I was
yeah.
making that joke above table. And
I
no one...
I was not. I was just continuing.
That's fair, but like, no one got the joke, and I'm both
All right, cool.
something and disappointed.
Yeah. So,
Right.
you step out of the train, and the train station that you end up in is just like the one that you just left. Because so the way back up is very similar to the way back down, including the self-moving stairs. When you do get to the turntable, you don't have to pay anything. It just sort of like, it knows how to slide the other way, but not the other, like the way you went in, unless you like pay 5 silver. And eventually, you come up, you climb the stairs, and at first, you're sort of like blinded by the sun now sort of like tilted, as it's now about like 4 or 5, so like in a few hours, the sun will really start to set. So you cover your eyes for a second and look the other way, and you see in the distance a large amusement park, which I will go ahead and ask Jesse, do you still feel like continuing?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, he's here. He's muted.
Yeah, we'll wait and get an answer in a second. I guess I'll just go ahead and just banter then. Well, I mean, he's not unhappy.
Oh.
So, I mean, yeah, he can't really feel anything else, but can you also say that, like, he's sad either? I don't know. Am I doing this right?
No, you're going in the right direction. This is a philosophical nightmare when you really think about it. Ignorance is bliss, but do we have a moral up? Do we, as fully realized creations ourselves, take the time to give them the option or the curse of sentience in its actual completion, or do we allow them to live blissfully unaware of what they don't know?
I mean, who's to say they aren't aware? I mean, that one guy seemed to know about that incident or whatever it's called. They probably know why they don't do that anymore.
It's true.
Right?
I
Still don't know if I'm doing this right.
No, it's very much the question of literally everyone who has the ability to make free will has the option to do something bad. And if that's something dangerous within these, automatons, is something that they want to risk inviting into existence. Because at the end of the day,
I just think they're fucking robots. As Lenta just sort of like speaks up and says, they're just robots.
Oh, yeah, it could be just that simple. They're fucking robots.
Oh.
I mean, you like tinker, right? You make stuff. That's a robot too, right?
Well, none of my stuff has the ability to make decisions for itself.
Yet.
Alright, so I will go ahead and ask Jesse. I know you've been struggling with internet tonight, but do you think that you can take over and try and do the fair?
I really don't want it to cut out while I'm in the middle of narrating is the problem.
Alright, so I'll go ahead and say, Gray, make a cut here, and then we'll pick off where we left off with Jesse narrating the World Fair.
Hooray!
So just put a pin in it, just edit out this part, and then next week we'll record the second half. All right, it is a week later. We are back. So, to continue where we left off, you all had just arrived at the World Fair, and Jesse, take it away.
Alright, cool. So, you're stepping off the train after a lovely, long, philosophical conversation with a Warforged about pretty much anything you could think of to ask. And, well, now that you are here, you can see the Iron Dome World Fair just a short walk away. You
Holy
see many
shit.
colorful lights, colorful banners and streamers flowing in artificial wind created by fans kind of hidden off to the side because there's no actual wind in here.
It's all just a bunch
Actually,
of...
there is like a full-blown like wind current, but it is artificial. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of wacky inflatable tube man.
But short because they're goblin themed.
Yeah.
You just put green ears on them.
But yeah, the park is actually free to all who enter, because the Iron Dome is safe like that. And as you walk forward and get closer and closer to the gate that again reads Iron Dome World Fair, everyone make just like a general perception check.
I'll go ahead and get Linton and Gobar's rolls in.
Ooh.
Linton, you're at the very bottom because you're new. Where are you? There you are.
Uh-oh, I didn't do so well. I was
This is
distracted
perception,
thinking
you
about
said?
Yes, what, Wyatt?
I didn't do so well. I was distracted, thinking if I could backflip. Or actually, what do you call that thing where you toss someone over your head? But with that robot dude.
Like a fireman carry, or
Like, you bend over backwards, grab them around the waist, and then you you pull yourself to stand up straight and basically plow them into the ground upside down.
a pile driver?
Or is it a suplex?
Plow
The
driver.
suplex, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Hold on, I'll get a GIF.
Yeah.
Well, while he's doing that,
Yeah.
we'll go in order. Traylon, you were pretty excited to come here, right?
Yes, Traylon, pretty excited because, oh wow, this is entirely like machines built for entertainment. And he remembers the last time that the Iron Dome sent stuff over towards the Academy, and that was the day he learned how to make a fucking stink bomb.
Oh. I don't remember how exactly it eventually led to that, but I'll believe you.
The
But,
volcano.
Oh yeah, like the
And that's how Big Boy was made.
gotcha. But as you're like glancing around, the machines they brought to the academy, when compared to the general lower tech of the rest of the world, they look rather impressive. Now that you've seen like the subways and the Warforge and the train schedules, everything here looks kind of old. Like, it still works as far as you can tell, but definitely there's a lot more rust and age on just everything you can see, from the sign to a lot of like the hydraulics of things moving around. There's a lot more squeaking than you anticipated.
And everything has a very long white beard on it.
Curtis, you definitely... It's a very bright and colorful location. A little overwhelming at first, actually, just because of like how many whistles and bells and lights that are going off on. Again, because like the things they brought to the academy were like a small section.
Yeah.
This is like going 24/7.
Yeah. I will say at first he probably does kind of like cover his eyes a little bit, well, shield his eyes rather, and kind of like hold his ears a little bit just until he gets used to it. Just like, wow, this is like this all the time. Okay.
I'd say Gobar for sure is just excited. He doesn't really like take too much notice of much else. He's just excited to be here.
He's probably never seen this much color before,
Very true.
even at
Well,
the academy.
Yeah, so he's pretty entranced by that. I'd say both Francesco and Linton. Francesco, you sniff the air. Everything smells really, really sweet. Like almost sickeningly sweet.
Oof. Makes my tummy.
And Linton's like, hey, I think my boot's stuck on something on the ground. And you see him, he's like so small, and he's desperately trying to get his boot stuck off something.
Wait. Oh, I think my foot itself is I check my foot. Is it stuck on the ground? Because I don't wear things.
You definitely hear the as you pull your foot up, and there's just so much melted sugar on the ground.
Huh.
And finally Linton pops free, his boot almost comes off, and there's like a wad of like some pink substance that's like going gray with just dirt and gravel in it.
Linton will lift up his foot, like he'll lean up to Francesco and says, "Be a wall for me to lean on, okay?" As he'll lean back against you, lift up his foot, and then he'll like manifest a fireball in his hand and hold it near his boot so that whatever is sticking to his boot will like melt off and slide off.
Cauterizing his shoes. Wait, won't that just make it even more stickier?
Would it?
I mean, you're melting,
Is it
I'm
our
assuming, sugar. It's just spreading it.
He looks down and he realizes that it's starting to bubble and congeal, and he's like, fuck.
Ooh, if it can, that means it's gonna be. Oh man, if it actually hardens like that, then you kind of are, in a sense, wearing reverse ice skates.
Oh god.
Yeah, Traylon will press to
Running
digitate
first.
his shoes clean.
Okay, it just falls off to the ground, now sizzling a little bit. So, the park's still impressive, but there's some age to it. But it's still good, as you finally make your way past the big opening crowd and the fair opens up proper. Is there anything at first that you would like to look for?
Roller coasters!
Roller coasters? Does Traylon even know what a roller coaster is?
I mean, he sees something really big and people going, like, joyriding on it.
Is that thing torturing them? They seem to be screaming in agony, getting tossed to and fro.
Forward and back. That's it.
Oh god.
If there are no objections, we'll move over there. As you get closer and closer to this track that you see, it is made of both metal and wood. It actually kind of reminds you of the subway tracks, the little bit that you could see before you got on the train, obviously.
This is pretty cool. It's like personalized trains.
Exactly. But you see, as you get closer, there is a sign that is referred to as the Kochayama Mountains Steam-Powered Coaster, written in a very, those fonts that are like almost like supposed to look like, Asian calligraphy, but are still just English letters.
Yeah.
Like the Ghost of Tsushima font.
Yeah. It's that.
I feel like this
And
is
you
some
see-
I feel like this is cultural appropriation in some way.
It is the world. It is the World Fair.
Yeah, it's only available
But-
to people in the Iron Dome.
For more info on the World's Fair in Iron Dome, please go watch. Fuck, what is it called? Don't tell me. No, I lost it.
Okay. But
It's a small world after all.
after all, I've been on that ride. It's not that bad. But yeah. Anyways, so the line is a little long, and as along the way you can see various cutouts of Oni and other Jinto creatures placed along, murals drawn on the walls. You've all been to a theme park, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yes. I've watched Defunctland. Oh! It's Defunctland! That's what I was thinking.
And as you get closer, you realize still that Francesco and Gobar tower over everyone, and you're worried for a little bit that maybe they might be too big for the ride. But as you get closer, you see that there are still some slightly taller folk that are here as well, but definitely a lot more of the younger goblins are here. Some of them without parental supervision, it seems.
Oh.
Just like a real amusement park.
Park.
Yeah, Fran is thinking back to his younger days in missions mine carting where his head almost got taken off because he was too tall for those things.
Yeah.
I actually have a really messed up story about roller coasters. Me and my family.
Yeah.
So one day, me and my family went off to go go to the fair, go to enjoy the rides. Me and my brother wanted to get on, and I was just barely tall enough to get on to this thing called the steel eel. My brother and I got into one, and the bar that supposed to lock you down didn't go down and click.
Oh no.
So my brother, he's freaking out. He's like, mine didn't click, and apparently the staff was just not busy. We're just too busy.
They didn't give a fuck.
Yeah. And so I'm like, oh, okay, this will be fun. So
Chaos.
legitimately, me and my brother, because the steel eel goes, it's like an eel. It goes up and down, up and down. The two of us are almost like straight up falling out of the cart as it's going up and down.
I have an experience similar to that, but it's way more terrifying.
Oh my god, how many people are almost dying on these things?
A lot.
I don't like roller coasters, so.
I mean, apparently that's not a paranoid thing to feel. Wait, John, how close to death are we talking here? Does the thing go upside down and you had to hold on?
More so like it dips down, but it wasn't a roller coaster. But I'll tell the story later.
Yeah. Yeah, as you finally get in line. It took you about 10 minutes of waiting to finally get up here.
Yeah, we're just sharing, like, past trauma.
Yeah. And you do see also, like, a lot of the younger goblins are definitely curious about you all. So, that's cute. But, they rush forward and get in their seats, and you all... So it's a seat where you can fit 2 people each, so who's sitting with who?
Traylon will probably want to go up
Yes.
front.
Okay, who's with Traylon?
I'll go if no one else wants to.
Oh, yeah, I was just here for company to escort you to the front. You go enjoy yourselves.
So Traylon and Cruda's in the front.
Fran, get your butt on here.
No. That's fine. I don't want to break the ride with my huge musculature. I'll just weigh it down.
Oh, come on. These things are probably built for a larger humanoid. You'll be fine.
As you see Gobar kind of squeeze in. But you see he gets in comfortably. And Linton sits in beside him.
Social construct.
Peer pressure. Peer pressure.
Come on, think of it as a test of your bravery, or you're too chicken to get on.
A test of your reflexes.
God.
Test of bravery? I have no fear in my bones.
They get
I don't even know if... Oh, okay, fine. Well, I'm on. Here's me coming on. You see me? Here's my fanny. It is on this seat.
What's a fanny? As you look down, you see this other, much younger goblin child sitting next to you.
Well, you see, a fanny is sort of like a rump, but vastly different from a derriere.
What's a rump?
Yeah, as you see some more older goblins that look like they do not care at all, just putting these bars in front of you as you all hear it click, 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 click. And them just droning like, please keep your arms in the ride at all times. Don't lean out. Don't lean up. Don't stand up. The World Fair Park is not responsible for any injuries sustained during the ride. Have a good time. Click, and you all just shoot off.
What?
Wait, what?
Holy shit!
Yeah. I forgot to mention that each of the coaster cars are designed to look like dragons. There's green, red, and blue ones that show up with each circle around. But instantly, I want everyone to make
the fucking drac.
Make a what now?
Like,
There are Eastern dragons. You saw one.
yeah, but riding them is like they're sentient beings.
Make a con save.
Everybody,
Everybody.
All right.
everybody, can't save.
Con.
23.
Yes. Constitution,
God.
right?
Yeah,
Nat 20, goddamn.
11 for Linton.
I do well
Alright.
because I really crouch into my seat.
Yeah. The child next to you is like going. He's
I
not
gave
following the rules as he's keeping his hands up out of the car.
Must protect the child.
Yeah. The coaster, as you've come to know its term, goes up and down, rattling the wooden tracks that it is on. If anyone's been on a wood roller coaster, you know what that feels like. You feel like it's about to break any second.
Yeah.
I love riding wooden roller coasters so I can look behind everyone and say, so hey, if one of these boards break, we're all gonna die.
You know, people, things.
Tryline.
Wait, did you say that in character or like in real life?
Probably
Character.
both, honestly.
Probably both. Oh no. Tryline.
Ah, shut up, old man. We've done this tons of times.
Well, at least he.
But yeah.
Finally, someone who notices his age.
I know, right? It's
Old
bittersweet.
man.
It's a teenager. Everyone's an old man to them.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Anyways, as you are jostled around, most of you are doing pretty fine. I don't think you ate a heavy lunch, so you're doing all right. Linton's not doing so great though, as he's like squished between Gobar and like the coaster car, and he's just like, oh god, oh god, oh god,
Oh,
and then
God.
like you see you feel the track starting to ascend as you slowly go up and up. And you eventually peer over the side, Traylon, you see it first. There's like a bunch of rings with like Onis, like cutouts of Onis holding them. And then as you rush down, they like light up like they're on fire. And you do one final sweep through and a few curves until you suddenly come to a stop at the at the station where you got on. And the bars come up. And everyone has to remember how to walk for a moment.
Not the first time I've.
Whoa.
Not the first time I've dealt with a bunch of looking at a bunch of Oni and learning how to walk again.
What?
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 For more information, read later.
Oh, see, that's a bravery surpass. Yeah, did again.
Come on, let's go get to the next
I'm
one.
gonna turn my helmet around.
Adrenaline
Yeah,
junkie
Just kind of
train.
hobbling along.
But he already had too much energy as is.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah,
weirdly fun.
Yeah, Gobar seems to enjoy himself, and Linton is like clutching onto him to make sure he doesn't topple over, but he's like, yeah, let's do something that's not that again.
That
That was fun. Let's never do that again.
Oh.
But yeah, so if anyone wants to ride again, you can, but if not, we will move forward.
I'm afraid, like, if Traylon rides it, he just gets more charged up, and I don't think anyone's brave enough to face that.
Yeah, I don't think anyone can stop him. But yeah, so as you move through the park again, someone roll me a d6.
All right.
Just one person.
All right. I'm on.
All right. 5. As
Go
you
on.
know, little queasy that Linton is, the rest of you are doing pretty fine. As you start smelling some smells that aren't just, sickly sweet sugar. As you follow a set of cobblestones that turn more sandstone looking, and eventually get like this kind of sepia tone to them. As you turn, you see the Elemental Sultanate Food Court, based off Kosherin.
Ooh.
And it's a large scale, fucking hell, words, food court and the central hub of this part. All sorts of different varieties of food from all over the world in this Kosherin-style food court. Foods range from sushi to pasta to various grilled meats and more. Anyone hungry?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, seeing as how none of us lost our lunch on that ride, perhaps we should fill ourselves with lunch itself.
Chandler's gonna
Sounds
look
good to
for the comically sized
Turkey legs?
sausage on a stick or something.
Oh. I was saying like turkey leg, but yeah.
Turkey leg, yes, that
Sausage
too.
on a stick, butter on a stick, deep fried watermelon on a stick.
There are a lot of fryers going you can hear and smell. Traylon comes back with a turkey leg that's like almost as big as his head.
God
Got
damn.
it from like strangely like the Perone section.
They have Perone cuisine here. Magnificent. Wonder if they still...
Strange. Do they have anything from Radiara?
A few things, mostly like very, I suppose, like British food, if that makes sense.
Scones.
Fish and chips, things like that.
Yes.
Nothing like from where like you're from though, like up north where the dwarves and stuff are though.
Yeah.
Do they
Nope.
have a Perone waffle stand? Or was it
Yes.
pancake stand?
There's a crepe stand.
Yeah, that's what it was. It's been so long I forgot what breakfast pancake.
Yeah, there is a crepe, little stall.
Hey, I want to eat baby's quite big. God, I'm homesick.
Oh.
Well, until I'm homesick.
I will say the crepe you get, it's good. It's definitely not, someone's like life, someone's restaurant they manage back home. This is like the fair equivalent.
It's like the McDonald's equivalent of what someone from that region would actually make.
Exactly. But everyone's polite, so you're doing your best. You think recruiters?
Curtis is just kind of looking around at the moment. It's just like, oh man, all this looks good, but where do I start? You know what? That crepe looks good. I think I'll go for that.
All right,
Ah.
you get a crepe.
It'll give you a teasing taste of what to expect next time we visit my home turf, as it were.
Yeah. I'll start with that and work my way back.
I feel like if Nimbus were here, he'd be offended by all this food.
Aw.
Why?
His parents.
Because
own, like,
his
a-
parents run a restaurant.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, fair.
he would just be like a big foodie about it.
Yeah.
Be Gordon
Um,
Ramsay about it.
Yeah, so you're gonna make a few rounds around Curtis.
Oh yeah.
All right, so you start with a crepe, and it's like very light and sweet. Has a little bit of ice cream next to it. But you know what that is now, because there's an ice cream social you had. All right. Roll
And
me a D8.
Crudez knows this time not to like just wolf it down.
Brain freeze, yeah.
Yeah.
Just roll me, I don't know, like a D6 again to see where you end up next.
Anyone or me?
You, because you're the one that's doing the food court run.
4?
4?
4?
4. I'd say you stumble around a little bit till you find another like Jingto stand, and they're like pan frying these like noodles with various topping with other ingredients in them. It smells very spicy.
Let's give that a look.
You just take a little bite of that. It is
Yeah.
definitely spicy, but it goes down
Ooh.
pretty good. It's got a good burn to it. You love it.
More burn than the wasabi that I had earlier, apparently.
Eh, you're used to such things now.
Yeah. Although now that I think about it, I find it kind of hilarious how like Crudez has almost developed like a tolerance for like spicy stuff. Yet like when he first had ice cream, he got brain freeze like immediately, and it's just like
Well,
wary of it.
You're too used to the heat. You got something too cold, so it's
Fair.
spooky. Alright, roll me one more d6 just to see another random thing you get.
6.
6!
6.
6!
6 cards. 6 stands.
9 persons, 9 doors.
Oop.
Where should you get something from? As you can tell, I'm totally prepared for this and not just improvising off my ass. Anyways,
Yeah.
deciding to brave your fears again, you find a stand called the Snow Cone of Many Colors.
Oh no.
As you brave your fears, you ask for one, and it comes in a little paper cup that's shaped to look like a dragon's head, and in the maw that's open is the shaved ice with all the colors of all the chromatic dragons on it. So, red, white, blue,
Yeah.
green, and black.
I'm just imagining, like, out of character Curtis being like, "Oh, you missed a bit here," and it's just like, "That's the white, sir." Oh.
Yeah. Oh. As you munch down, do you go carefully or do you just go full ham on it?
Definitely carefully, because Curtis still wary of cold stuff.
Yeah. As you examine each color, you realize each color is a different flavor. The red is cherry. The green is lime. The white is coconut.
He kind of like is a little taken aback by that, but it's just like, "Ooh,
The black
okay, here we go."
is kind of bitter, the most bitter of them. The guy tells you it's like licorice or something like that. And the
Liquor
blue
what?
one, it tastes like licorice, the black one.
No, that's Curtis's reaction. Just
Oh.
liquor what? Because I don't think he's ever heard of licorice.
I don't know, buddy. It's not great. I don't know why we even have that flavor, but it's part of the theme, so sorry.
Fair.
And then you finally, on the end, you taste the blue one. You can't quite place the flavor of it. It just tastes blue.
Curtis,
But it
Curtis
does-
just
but-
kind of just like smacking his lips a little bit, just in thought, just like, I can't quite tell what that is.
It's blue.
Yeah, it's blue.
Tastes like
You don't know what I'm talking about. The blue flavor is always the best.
Dabba dee dabba die.
Traylon will probably
Which, by the way, go on.
Traylon will probably want to get a blue cone.
Going gray. You want a snow cone?
Yes, a blue one.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, be careful. It seems to be making Cruda speak in tongues.
I know this. Wait a
Yep.
minute. Why do I know this flavor?
What?
Why do I know this flavor? It's just all I can think of blue.
It's just blue.
It's just blue,
Oh
but
my
I know
God.
this flavor.
No. No.
What?
I'm not quite sure.
Yep.
Are
Reference
you?
I'm not getting.
I'm not
Traylon's
sure.
like,
Are
I'll tell you when you're older.
Oh
Sorry.
lord.
What, Francesco?
That's fine.
No.
No.
I honestly forgot.
Oh. But yeah, I'd say both Traylon and Crudez, you realize that your tongues are now blue. You see
Well, that's
Linton
new.
finally get one as well to like calm his stomach a little bit, and he's like, "Huh? I wonder why there's no like metallic flavors. I wonder what that would even be, because I don't think anyone would want to like eat coins."
I imagine it would have to be
I
like
think-
hard candy if that's the case.
Yeah.
Like, what would the flavor be? Would that just be sugar? I mean, like, this is not just sugar as well, but I mean,
Gold would probably be like amber or like honey or something like that.
okay.
Yeah.
Silver would probably be like minty, like mint chip.
You know, ice, that makes sense.
Brass would probably be a little bit bitter, like kind of like a darker chocolate or a toffee.
Eat a penny. That's copper.
This will require a DC 30 check, but there is someone secretly listening in and taking
Making
notes.
notes.
God.
But yeah. as you all finish your little snacks, a little brief lunch, you set out for the rest of the park. I need someone else to roll me a d6, please.
I will do one.
Oh, you're passing.
3.
3. As you wander around, you start to see a lot of younger children definitely rushing out to one little area. And you look up and you see it is labeled as the Drakpathar Zoo. And it's a little petting zoo. And as you step inside, you notice that all the animals are reptiles,
No.
including, but not limited to, chameleons, various snakes, iguanas, and Komodo dragons. So those exist here, totally.
No. Yeah.
So these
I
are
stare at. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
You know that one movie where I think Ferris Bueller's Day Off, where he's staring at a painting and then it stares back at him and then it just gets closer and closer?
Yeah.
It's like that, but with lizards in my fish face.
I know which one you're talking about. Yeah.
Mm.
Where he's looking at like that Day at the Beach or something like that painting with like the dots.
Yeah, exactly. Then
That's
it
a
gets
good
really close to the child's face so much that it's so mean. And I looked at her. She looked at me, and I
feel like
looked
all
at
the
her,
lizards
and
are. I feel like all the lizards are
You
looking
look
at Fran
at me.
because they think he's a snack.
And I look at him.
They definitely smell him for sure.
I'm sorry. What did you want
They
again?
flick their tongues at him.
But then you like hear a child ask like, "Mom, I thought they were gonna be like dragons." She's like, "Well, honey, dragons are sentient creatures and would not like to be put in a zoo." Oh. Okay.
I feel
You
like,
know,
this-
like the harmless lizards they can pet, but like the ones that can actually like eat them are kept behind glass.
just alligators
and-
and crocodiles.
Yeah, alligators, crocodiles, things like that. You see one look up at you and just open its mouth, and for a moment you just hear Tox go, "Huh?"
Hard cars.
This
is my
part-time job.
They're not even real gators, they're just green dragonborn, like hiding under the water. No.
If we do a good job, they sometimes
Yeah.
throw snacks down. They throw donuts down sometimes.
At the lizards?
I
This
think.
made
I
up.
think.
This made up one we made up.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say, yeah. I think this is just part of the bit.
Yeah. But as far as you can tell, again, it's a rather small part of the theme park. You're definitely not a major attraction. But at least the animals seem to be well cared for. There are many goblins who do seem like they are actually passionate about making sure that they are okay, and nothing's like too dirty or too small for their environment.
Honestly, I'm a little bit surprised. I would have never thought they would have brought like living animals from the outside into the dome.
Oh yeah, aren't these
Yeah, but-
extremely poisonous to the touch?
You
No.
don't see any venomous reptiles here.
I thought they'd have a Komodo dragon.
Well, that's not really venomous in the sense more than like they just have bacteria in their saliva.
I was gonna say, don't let the Komodos break your skin, because you're gonna get nasty cold after that.
I thought you just die.
It makes it so like your blood can't clot very easily. So you just keep
Also, yeah, nasty cold is crude as putting it lightly.
Yeah.
I once saw someone take a jar of blood and then they just injected some pure snake venom in there, and then
It just turned into like congealed jello.
yeah, it
Jello.
looked like a sponge.
Blood jello.
But if you do Komodo dragon saliva, it actually doesn't coagulate, so it stays runny.
Oh, it's like the exact opposite. End
Yeah,
of the horror.
so animals will bleed out faster.
Wow.
Anyways,
Well,
but
if it's
despite
Sorry.
you're first. Go on.
Well, if it's not that exciting, then
I look at my hands, I'm pretty scaly, so I'm just gonna puff up my chest, walk with a very confident show-offy gait, and start twirling my weapon in hand. The biggest one I got, just so I look very impressive. And people
Roll
are
a
like, oh, okay.
Roll a performance for me then.
Alright.
Traylon
Pierce.
tries to peel everyone else away so that security doesn't tackle us.
Oh, well, you did pretty good. You did a cool spinny routine, throwing your trident, catching it, doing the cool overhand, over the shoulder, under swings and things like that. And you do get quite a sizable crowd, especially like younger kids who are getting kind of bored of the lizards, but they're excited watching this other scaly man do some cool tricks.
Yeah.
And there is definitely some security nearby that's like, do I need to be worried? But as you show that you are a professional, they relax a bit and let you finish your routine, and you do get quite a sizable applause from various passersby.
Yeah,
They're like, do we need to be worried? Does he work here?
He does not work here, but he seems to be all right. Just keep the lizard mace on hand just in case.
Oh
The
god.
lizard mace.
Yeah, exactly. It's like bear mace, but for lizards.
There's maces for anything. For
Exactly.
animals, people,
Maces.
sentient cheese.
And then you just glance over and see, like, next to the bottle of lizard mace is just like a actual weapon mace. It's also labeled the lizard mace.
Fucking love that.
One of the Komodo
Yeah.
dragons breaks out of the pen, and the kids have to watch security
Beat it
subdue
back.
it very gingerly with their mace.
Yeah. Get back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I basically like use it like a pole to swing around rapidly fast, flip it over my head, dodge, use it as something to stand over, just like all the wheeling and dealing tricks like a Cirque du Soleil performer might do, that's also having something razor sharp nearly stab themselves with.
Exactly.
It's a good thing all these goblins are tiny.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Especially the children.
they're all below head bopping height.
That's something I always think about in like D&D is like, the small races like goblins, gnomes, halflings, etc. Like, their babies and their children are like smaller than that. So
Yeah.
just think about that.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully they're smaller. Otherwise, that's a lot of labor of love.
Exactly. But I'm just saying, like a goblin baby is like the size of like a beanie baby or something.
Yeah.
It's a tiny baby.
It's a baby.
It's a baby. Anyways.
They were the cutest part of that one episode of Goblin Smasher.
Slayer.
Slayer.
That's what it was.
No, Goblin Smasher is the thing on FA, I'm sure. But anyways,
That's the porno
Yeah.
version.
no, that's called Goblin Cave. Anyways,
Write that down.
okay. it's. I'll tell you later. Anyways, yeah. So with the zoo being a nice little distraction, what is left? Let's see. All right, I need someone to roll me a d6 again, please.
My
I will-
turn.
Fran's turn.
I will say though, like before we leave, Crudez probably casting like speak with animals and just kind of being like all gentle with them, just like, "Hi, buddy. They taking care of you here?" That's good."
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
nice. It's better
People
than staying
throw-
outside.
Yeah.
People throw them a donies sometimes. I call them donies. I know they're donuts.
You like
but I have cool
donuts?
ones.
I like donuts.
Give me a donut, man. I know they sell them right over there. I can't really pay you for it, but I want one.
I'll
I
do
need my
tricks.
fix, man.
I'll do tricks. I'll show you my belly. I'll do 360s.
Just-
Watch.
Just
Death
like,
roll, death
like
roll,
flops
death roll.
over. Death roll.
Halfway roll.
It's a manslaughter roll, not a death roll.
Nice.
It's a serious injury roll. This joke's dead. Anyways,
Fine.
let's roll a 5. Let's see. Number 5. Number 5.
Number
Bye.
15.
God damn it.
Towering over the zoo, you see your next stop on your adventure. You see a large tower-like structure that seems to be designed like a rather stereotypical wizard tower with a moat running around it. And you can obviously see like the jets of water that are used there to like make the moat appear like it's flowing. And you know, various animatronic animals this time, like a little gator rising up and snapping its jaw with like a rusty sound accompanying it. But you see that this ride is labeled as the Grand Alchemist Tower Ride and Drop. And the drop is like actually like tabbed down beneath the rest of the sign. So yeah, it's one of those like rides where you just sit in, go all the way up, and then drop down, and then pull back up, and things like that.
Traylon looking at the animatronic alligators and thinks, I can make an army out of those.
Say what?
I can make an army out of those.
Fucking animatronic gators?
Yes. Over the horizon, just an army, just a stampede of robot gators.
Do they all make ticking sounds like the crocodile from Peter Pan?
Oh my god.
Yes. These are all-
Never smile at a crocodile. Never tip your hat and stop to talk a while. Did anyone else know that song? No? Okay. Anyways, you want to ride the ride?
Vaguely familiar with it,
Yes.
yeah.
Traylon is
Cool.
immediately grabbing everybody so that they can all ride together.
Exactly. You're all in a line this time. And Francesco and Gobar, you worried for a moment at first because you sit down and your feet are still touching the ground. And that's probably not supposed to happen. But the staff assures you that don't worry, the ride doesn't really start until you're actually like a little ways up.
Okay.
Yeah, you hear the hydraulics hiss, and you start to move your way up, and you hear, glancing on like the seats and what you saw on the tower before. There's like various like random magical runes that Traylon, they don't actually mean anything. They're just there to look fancy and wizardy and things like that. You see like other parts of the set are like little potions bubbling, but they're just like colored water or things like that. It's just like it's a cheesy little wizard tower.
Yeah, it's probably supposed to represent Cicello in some way, but
It is, yeah.
It is, yeah, the Grand Alchemist,
Yeah, the Grand Alchemist Tower.
aka
ride.
Emil's dad.
Yeah. But, this tower goes up a pretty decent amount, and you get a pretty good look at the fairgrounds, and, some of the Iron Dome just past it. And, you do get a sense of just scale about how big this dome is. Like, you feel like the entire academy could easily fit under this thing, just from, like, the sheer size of it. And, even looking up, you see just it continue to where it has to reach a point because it's a dome, but the artificial sky and clouds kind of obscure where the point would be. But you do see where the point would be. There is another large tower-like structure that extends from the bottom to the top of where the point you assume would be. And before you can think about anything more than that, you just suddenly feel your stomach now go up into your chest as you drop the entire way down, and then stop, and then go up, and then go down again, and stop, and go up. And, you repeat this a few more times. Everyone make another con save.
Oh no!
come on, Traylon, you're used to this.
There's someone singing in this background music that I hear every so
Yeah.
often.
I
Yeah,
thought it was Nami.
from One Piece.
That's the second natural 20 you got on your con saves.
Crudez is too good, man.
Yeah,
I mean, these
apparently.
rides were made for goblins first, so
Exactly. He's got the home field advantage, but not really. He's in his home.
I got the opposite home field advantage.
Yeah. Crudez, you're doing fine. Linton's like, you know what? I'm getting more used to this. This is okay. Francesco, you're like, "Whoop, okay, I'm fine. I am powerful. I am speed. I am power.
Gotta lift my legs. And learn when to stop.
Speed.
Gobar next to you, Traylon, is like, I'm not feeling too good.
Uh-oh.
And Traylon, how are you feeling with an 11?
Probably not the best. Maybe eating so much turkey that was basically probably like a fifth of his weight was probably not a good
Yeah.
idea.
Your little stomach's punching a little bit under your armor. But eventually the ride stops before any of you can vomit off the side of it. And you
Yep.
all wobble away as the staff tells you to have a good time.
Woo!
Alright.
Oh my
Hell
that,
yeah, I felt
oh, that
good
full
about
stomach
that.
is probably a bad idea.
What are you talking about? I did just... No, I'm kidding. He didn't say that.
Yeah. His crew does eat a lot too, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's why he... That's
Exactly.
why I'm joking about him saying, what are you talking about? Things are fun.
Anyways. I'll just pick the next level thing. As you, again, wander around, there are still, like, some of the attractions that you saw when the Iron Dome people brought some attractions to the Academy during a cultural fair. So, you see some of the similar attractions, like, one where you have a rudimentary, like, air gun trying to shoot down a target, or you do a ring toss. I forget what else we had there. I think we had a dunk tank. There was a dunk tank, right?
During the cultural exchange, I think so.
I feel like Tox was in it. That seems in
Yeah,
character. So it's
probably.
canon.
I say
Yeah,
it's
those-
canon.
Yeah, so there's all those various things too, and you see again those like really large plushies of just various things. What was it that Nimbus won for Kin? I forget. It was a giant plushie of something.
I think
Was it a dragon?
I think so.
I think it was.
Was it just like another dragon?
Yeah.
Was it Eastern or Western style? I can't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember. Probably Eastern, just because otherwise Nimbus wouldn't have gotten it.
It's just like, it's you. It's like, oh, thank you. It's me.
Yeah.
Just sitting in his little dojo. So that's pretty cute. Anyways, so yeah, if you ever want to like pipe up and play one of those games again, you're more than welcome to. But until then,
Let's do it.
Do they have one of the target practice games? Because Crudez did that like the one time, and he'd like to take a crack at that now that he's like, not high off his ass.
So you mean like the one with like the little air gun type thing?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you can all try the air gun type. You just have to hit a target and you get to pick up a little prize.
Ooh.
As the goblin running the stand lets you all pull right up. And for those who wish to participate, I just need you to roll me a ranged attack. So with this, you would have to roll both a d20 plus your dex. Plus your, I guess, attack mod. Wait, I'm thinking of 3.5 for now. Sorry, hold on. It's 1d20 plus your dex. Yeah, let's just do that.
Sorry?
So basically a dex check.
Yeah, sorry.
Aw.
Alright, cool.
Do I at least...
Are
I'll
you
click
trained?
Omen.
Yes.
Go on, Traylon.
I mean, I have my bracers that give me a +2 to, and I'm trained in archery.
I'd say you just have advantage. Because of the troop, you are. See, you're fine. Of the troop, you're probably the most like familiar with this type of weaponry.
You're
Also,
familiar with firearms in general.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think I got a way to win the system on this one.
Ooh.
And I cast Wall of Water.
Wall of water.
Water?
Wait, was this not like
This is an
the?
air gun.
Oh, I thought this was like the.
It's not the one where you like fill up a balloon and it pops.
Oh, sorry. What? What am I looking at again?
It's like it's just a target shooting game. Where like
Oh.
the little gun shoots like little pellets instead of bullets, of course.
Oh, well then I line up the shot, but then I cast Gust of Wind. There we go.
I mean, yeah, that's one way to go about it.
That's it.
Oh.
We'll get to that in a moment. Crudez, is that an addition or a subtraction for your cosmic
Addition.
element? Okay, so you rolled a 16.
Yeah.
Cool. You managed to hit one of the easier targets, and you get a small prize, and you can pick between like a little plastic goblin dome keeper that's in full uniform, or like a little pin that says Iron Dome, and that's it.
I'll take the little dome keeper.
Aw, alright, cool.
For reference, I have a picture, or at least I looked up one.
Oh.
Is it tasteful?
Yes.
It's that's it. Oh. It's adorable.
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
your past, your present.
and your future. Anyways, Traylon with a 23, you expertly just like one hand shoot and just immediately hit like the big target, and you hear like bells and whistles and lights go off as the goblin is like, oh well, fuck, all right, cool. That doesn't happen often. What would you like, little guy? As you see, like the big prizes are again just like giant plushies of various things. I remember now, like they were actually like fucking D&D monsters. So, just think of a famous D&D monster, Gray. You know some of them.
Well,
They're here.
I already have a beholder plushie from last time.
Exactly. Yeah. So,
Do they have a blue dragon?
a blue dragon.
With wide eyes.
Nick. Reverse that, but yeah.
By the way, but yeah. Yeah, I'd say they have a blue
Why
dragon
not blue
one.
dragon?
It's like a quadruped, has the typical blue dragon horns and stuff like that. So, well, here you go. And it's like not as big as you, but you're like only like a head taller than it. It's pretty big.
Ah, that'll make a great sparring partner for you there.
Traylon will stuff it into his bag of holding.
Sorry, that's just really
It's a
funny.
bit.
It's just really funny to imagine. You're like, get in. It's just like every little bit of it is still like pushing out of the bag.
He's just like jumping on it.
No, I think he's trying to like keep it clean. Anyways, but Francesco, as you are like, haha, I will be the smart one here, and you go to aim and shoot your gun, but you just cast Gust of Wind, which is a bit more of a powerful spell than you thought it was.
Oh no.
So instantly, a like wall of wind just kind of like. Let me actually read the spell description of Gust of Wind. I might be thinking of another one. Might be. I'm sure it's still pretty powerful though. A line of strong wind, 60 feet long and 10 feet wide, blasts you from a direction of your choice. So, imagine you make the wind hit towards the targets.
Yeah.
Well, you definitely knock down all the targets, but you also blow out the back of the stall,
Oh no.
and all the plushies and all the little toys get caught up.
Oh
and
no!
get swept away
No!
and start raining on the children, who are fucking delighted as they just grab them and run. And the stallkeeper's like, no, come back! I have to buy those myself.
Oh no.
As he just runs off to try and save some of his merchandise.
Ew.
Is it just the one guy working the stall?
Yeah.
Damn.
Oh!
I'll put 50
well,
gold down onto the behind the counter.
I mean,
At least
125
put
for
it in
me.
view so he knows where it is.
He said like by the register or something. Like you all haven't had to
The
pay for these,
register
but
is
like
the only thing that
That's-
hasn't been blown out.
it's bolted down, which makes sense.
I'll put down
Everything else.
125.
Oh, big spenders. All right.
Yeah,
as-
for other
Listen,
things.
I got a fuck ton of gold, and Crudez has no idea what to spend it on.
Anyways, yeah. What were we saying, Trevor Francesco?
I twirl the gun, trying to put it in a holster that isn't there. Just sort of,
ground?
yeah, just hits the ground and mosey. Turn around. Oh, I guess I don't know my own strength. Let's say we mosey on down that old dusty trail, very, very quickly.
Oh, I wanted to play. It's like a bunch of kids are like, that was really cool, but they did want to play the game. Oh well. But
How-
then, again, like further on down the way is like children screaming in joy. What now?
How quickly can this be repaired?
Since it was so easily destroyed, it probably, wasn't like, put together very structurally sound. So, it's a cheap pop-up, game at a carnival. So, like, it shouldn't be too hard to repair. He just has to find all the parts that are now all over the fairgrounds. And, recover the merchandise.
Well, I tried. Nothing else I can really do.
So, don't worry, you gave him a bit of a buffer, so that's good.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah,
As
as
for the
you
kids, here, try hitting a thing with this, and I give them a weapon.
No.
Oh, no.
oh no!
Traylon will slap that out of his hand. It's like,
Hey
"We're
kid, what's that you got in your hand? Oh,
A
nice!
knife!
Ow!
You are not arming the children of this fair.
Well, it's what I played with as a lad.
That is still not okay.
That
the
explains
water.
so much.
Under the water, where you can actually swing it really fast.
Yeah.
And if you drop it, it just kind of floats there for a moment.
Under the
Yeah.
water, where it kind of is more meant to build up strength than it is to actually hit anything.
It's
And even if it does just
training.
light bonk.
It's literally just a
Resistance
rusted
training.
up piece of rebar.
But yeah, the kids are like, whatever. We'll go play at the laser tag, and they go run off that direction.
Laser tag?
Do you follow them?
Yes.
Crudez just kind of cocks an eyebrow at that, just like laser tag, excuse.
So with that segue, perfectly segued,
Sorry.
you follow these children to a large structure designed to look like a stone castle. And on top, you see a large light bulb is lit up at the top, shining brightly with like little sun decorations around it. As it is Lathander's guiding light laser tag maze.
Oh my god.
Traylon's so conflicted. This is so cool, but fuck Radiana. But this is so cool.
Come on, do it, you pansy.
You see a little sign that says any resemblance to people or deities, living or dead, are purely coincidental.
God.
And you
like
see
that-
that Lathander is actually misspelled. It has an E instead of the A at that one part that everyone mistakes an E for an A.
It's
Oh, that
Buddy
like
G's.
weird AE letter.
No, it's like Lathander is Lathander,
Yeah.
but they have spelled it Lathendender.
And it's just
Lathander.
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 there's depictions of Lathander
you
in
know.
there, but he's all like super like 1980s like cool youth, pasteurized and whatnot. He's got sunglasses,
it's-
doing a kickflip on a skateboard.
It's
No.
best
Go
way
on,
I
Craig.
can describe it personally is legally distinct Radiara.
Exactly. And actually, Traylon, any depiction you see of Lathander, not copyright, is actually him with a gun-looking item shooting down demons. It's like a Doom poster.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
But, still dressed like a paladin.
Now that's a
So,
goal
you
I can
wanna
get
play?
behind.
You want to play?
Yes.
So actually, if not everyone has to play this one. It's like a 3v3 type of thing.
Oh.
Ooh, 3-on-3.
Yeah.
Let's go make a bunch of children
Oh.
cry.
Oh.
Oh, I thought some of us were gonna play against the other half of the team.
Oh, that was what I was implying. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna play the team opposite of Traylon.
Okay.
Damn.
Yeah, you have to make it fair.
Oh, excuse me.
It's like instant.
Yeah. I'm a jovial lot, but that doesn't mean I don't get perturbed.
There are a few things in this world I hate, and one of them is losing.
People of color, other people's cultures, and the Dutch. So yeah, pick your teams. Traylon's on one side, Fran's on the other. Who's still there? Who's doing what?
Blue team, blue team, blue team.
So
What we
who's on
know
who right
as
now?
the fish boners.
As if.
So far, it's just Traylon versus Fran, so they need to pick sides.
We're gonna be boning them right good.
They are
I'll
children,
say
they are.
Linton joins Traylon.
Woo! Short stack.
Yeah, I'll go with Fran then.
All right.
Huzzah!
And Gobar, high or low?
Hi.
High.
Hi.
Hi.
Low, so I'll pick. I'll say he'll probably go with Crudez, which
So-
means he'll go with Fran.
So Fran,
Yeah.
Crudez, Govar versus. I know there
Traylon
aren't six
and-
of you. Fuck.
Yeah.
There's just
whoops.
a rando with us now.
Yeah, exactly. Traylon.
With a terrible
Oh, right, yeah.
connection.
You get the
Crudez.
one teenager that's like, "Ah, whatever, mom," and is
Sorry.
definitely like purposefully not washing their hair, even though they are extra greasy at this age.
Hate that so much. Like as a man who takes a lot of care in his long hair, I just hate please just fucking wash it. Come on. It'll look better, I swear.
I mean, it's a lot better than that one kid that every classroom has that just had pizza smeared all over their face. It's like, do you just put that on in the morning?
Sorry. What was the thing again? Sorry. Traylon Linton?
Traylon Linton versus
random-
Gobar. Yeah.
Okay.
So real quick, but
Yeah.
if this was glow in the dark laser tag, I'd have a bit of a funny idea, but it would also probably make me a moving target.
Sorry.
Yeah.
will
I
say
mean,
what's
listen, it would fit with the aesthetic.
It
It's
would,
fine.
But I'd say Traylon, you and Linton, as you're getting fitted up, you get another again, you get a rando, and it's this younger goblin kid who's got big glasses, but they're tied back like goggles, and he's just breathing heavily, like he has some sort of breathing issue, but he seems excited to be here.
Oh god, it's Mookie. What Mookie
No.
was supposed to be.
No, he's not as cringe as Mookie.
But he could have.
Linton.
He became cringe later.
Linton.
Oh, eventually we all become cringe.
She must embrace it. Anyways,
Wow.
as you are set up for this game, you are explained the rules. You are given these fake breastplates to wear, as they're just made of I can't say plastic because that would make too many weird things in this world. So, out of a material that's not plastic, but kind of is plastic. Anyways,
I mean,
has a
Plastic-like.
yeah.
you can say God, what is that material that's sort of cotton blend that you
Polyester.
Look, yeah, plaster. That's something they use for seats and mascots and Ron McDonald standees back in the day.
You get what I'm saying though. Anyways,
Yeah.
you were given these fake breastplates with a large circle on them, and given a gun that has elements of being a holy weapon, as it has like, again, like a legally distinct like holy symbol of Lathander on it. Because it's like a rising sun, right, for Lathander?
I believe so.
Well, imagine like the rising sun, but like the spikes that show like, you know, the corona of like a sun are on the bottom for some reason. That's like where the hill would be. These Iron Dome lawyers know what they're doing.
Yeah.
And you are told to test out your weapon against some breastplates against the wall. And as you shoot, you see just a little beam of light that's harmless. Shoot out. And when you hit the center of the armor, you take a hit. And if you take 3 hits, you lose the game. Or you are out. Everyone understand?
Yep.
If we're hit 3 times, we're out. And we're in a castle setting and shooting the chest.
You know what? I should have made you all download like Quake or something so we just play that for this.
That'd be funny.
Just get the fucking, just get the soundboard for Quake.
I don't actually know any Quake. I haven't actually played Quake, so I don't actually know what music we could even use for that. But you know what I'm talking about. So
Yeah.
So honestly, we can't just have like combat do this because Trailer would win because he's got firearm proficiency.
I got a plus 12
So-
to all
Yeah,
my
this is
attacks.
more so navigating the maze and
Yeah.
getting
you
lucky,
are.
sort of.
Yeah. As you are let into the maze, I need everyone on each side to roll me. I guess in survival to just like get your way through the maze, and I will
I'm
roll
good
for
at
this.
this.
No, we're not gonna get an actual maze.
No. Sorry.
Hmm.
I need to get my dice tray out. real quick.
Sorry, that one part just fucking sticks out every time I hear it. Your past, your present. Just your past and your present, not your future.
We're talking about the music, right?
Yeah.
Tifa, that's who I was thinking of, not Nami.
Oh yeah.
All right. Need you to roll one flute too, please, Francesco.
Roll one way, you didn't say what
Survival.
to roll.
Survival.
Oh, survival.
I did say sorry.
You'd be making your way through the maze.
Making my way.
Downtown, walking fast.
Walking past, walking past, walking
Alright, everybody does survival?
Yes.
Alright. Come on, Gobar, you're good at this. 9.
Oh.
Come on, Linton, you're not good at this. 17!
Hey!
I was gonna laugh if you get like a fucking nat 20.
Alright, so Trailer rolled 19, Lincoln rolled a 17. Your little goblin friend rolled a 6. Because he's, you know, not A class level yet. But Crudez rolled 22. Francesco rolled 11. And Gobar rolled. So definitely Traylin's side wins this one. As you are wandering through the maze that, again, has like the similar, like, pseudo stonework to denote, like, you know, a castle. And you see, like, again, like, you've actually been inside a Radiaran castle not too long ago. So, you know, it has, like, the shields with, like, the crest of arms that don't actually mean anything. There's, like, tapestries with, like, what you assume to be, like, a past king of Radiara, but again, has been, like, legally distinct enough to not get sued.
They put a very clearly drawn on mustache.
Exactly, they photoshopped it. And by Photoshop, I mean they cut up a picture and pasted it on there.
Yeah.
Like a picture. But with your heightened senses, you turn a corner and you see Gobar standing by himself as he's trying to find out where his team went. What
Bang,
do you
bang,
do,
bang, bang, bang,
Traylon? Bang, 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 bang. Alright, roll me another d20 plus dex. Linton can do this too.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So a 20 plus dex.
Oh no, sorry. This is on Traylon side right now, just for a moment.
Oh,
We'll get to you in just a second. We'll get to you in just a second. I need Linton to roll it on. Done?
Hmm?
I need Linton to roll a dex check, please.
All right.
Like the firing one.
8.
Come on, maybe your little goblin friend can help you. They roll. I'd say that's good enough. As you and Linton go wide, somehow missing Gobar's extremely wide frame, even though like he is still wearing the little breastplate, so it's actually a pretty small target on like his thick upper body.
Yeah. You
Uh,
hit him, but not the place you're supposed to.
Your little asthmatic goblin friend goes, I see you, and he hits one, and you hear like a and like there's a little one on his shield now.
Oof.
And he's like, oh man, and he's like ducks around a corner, and now Fran and Crudez, you hear that happen, you can peek out and roll your own dex check to see if you can snipe Traylon and his squad.
And Habuski.
Oh my
7.
God. Everyone's rolling like shit here.
Actually,
All right,
you know
go
what?
Bard.
Actually, you know what? It's been long enough, I say.
Oh!
It's the next check, but
It's the same thing for Fran.
Well, that's still
Well,
a
I mean,
20 on the die.
I'm just gonna, for the hell of it, Cosmic Omen. It's been long enough.
So you did a 13? No, 12. For yourself, or?
12. Yeah, just to kind of round out our scores a little more.
Okay, yeah.
To boost our
fucking
average.
With Gobar's nat 20, the poor little goblin kid is like, yeah, I did it! As Gobar just like shoots him twice in like a second. He's like, oh, fuck. Oh, don't tell my mom I said that. As he like dies under the corner with you.
Oh, I can't hurt a child. Spirit.
So
All
it's
right. Trailer, what does your side do to strategize?
Traylon, seeing that Crudez decides to cheat, is like, all right.
What do you mean?
It was a little omen that you're pulling, cosmic omen. All right. Linton.
Oh man.
Linton, can you cast haste on someone?
Does Linton have haste in his spellbook, John?
Huh?
Does Linton have haste in his spellbook?
Let me take a look, actually.
Chris just shouts back, look, I'm literally seeing, like, the ley lines in the universe. Don't pull that hate shit.
Still using your bullshit.
He does not.
What was that, Traylon? I can't hear.
They said they're still pulling your bullshit. All right. You got any spells that can maybe even the playing field?
He like whips out his fucking book, and he's like, okay, fireball, vitriolic spear, Tonic cold. Ooh, conjure elemental.
No, that's not.
Another fireball.
Yeah.
Okay, that was on me. This was a stupid question. The evocation wizard to place support.
Yeah. Now let's just fire at him as he like just goes over the top and just
Alright.
fires.
Traylon
Oh.
will.
What about
Traylon,
silvery barbs?
that'll be helpful. Traylon will look over to the kid and say, "Just play it safe, kiddo. Have fun." And he's going to jump 30 feet up onto a ledge because he has his boots of sprite and springing.
All right. Roll to hit again. See who are you aiming for?
Can I get advantage because I'm got the higher ground?
Sure, why not?
I'll go for Gobar since he's already been tagged.
Uh huh.
17.
I'd say yeah, that hits him for sure.
Cast darkness. No. No.
It's not a reaction anyway, so yeah.
I know. I don't even think that's a fucking druid spell.
Yeah, it might be actually, but probably for like a specific subclass. But yeah, what was Linton's thing? I'll just roll myself. It's +4, so. No, Linton misses. Oh yeah.
Well, then I'm just like, I cast darkness. No.
All right. That's their go. Cruda side, what are you doing to strategize and fire back, repel the enemy?
Shit. 1 sec. That's the past, the present. Alright, I'm out of those spell slots. Well, shit, if he's gonna do that, if he's gonna go up, shit. Well, I don't know, because now we're like getting into like actually using spells and shit, and I'm just like, I didn't think that far ahead here.
I didn't cast any spells.
You're using magic items, don't give me that shit.
And you used your Cosmic Omen, so don't give me that shit.
Cosmic Omen is literally like, I have seen the future.
It's
The
still a
future
resource you're
is,
using. Don't make me freaking like dispel magic on your boots. That's not how that works.
I know.
Just do something, please. I'm trying to get through.
Ezo.
Ezo?
What's Ezo?
I don't
like-
know.
It's like wrestling code for hurry it up, wrap it
Well,
up.
I'm a caster, John.
Then just roll a dex check.
I just said it jokingly because everybody else was.
Yeah.
Oh,
but with
come
you,
on.
it's serious.
That's what happens when you fucking rush me.
Well,
Oh,
you've been rolling natural 20s for a lot of other rolls. It had to even out
Yeah,
eventually.
for con saves.
So you didn't throw up in the park. It's great.
Exactly.
Let's say you stumble and fire your gun, and it it probably hits I don't need a Linton roll, John. He's on their side.
Oh,
Fran, give it a
you-
dex check.
you sorry, I'm trying to compose myself. You stumble, and you fire, and the thing actually. You drop the gun and it hits your own chest, Crudes, as you take
Aw.
1 point. But yeah. I'm trying to make this go a bit smoother.
Ow.
Fran, you didn't roll yours yet.
Hmm?
Fran,
wait,
Yeah.
Dex,
you're playing.
dex check.
roll a dex check, please, to fire your gun. I'm trying to make this more fun, I swear. 13. That's a you sadly hit the goblin kid and he loses.
No, I was trying not to do that. That's specifically.
Oh, so you weren't aiming for him. Okay, that's fine. We can do that.
But,
Uh,
oh, right, yeah, because...
He already got twice from
Fran
Gobar on his natural 20.
yeah. Yeah. That's a... You hit Linton with 1, and he's like, ah, shit, and he dies around a corner.
Mm.
Can I throw the gun and if it hits him, bounces it off, and it presses the button, then it gets back in my hand because it bounced
No.
off his.
Not with a 13, no.
Damn.
But, back to trail inside. What you doing?
Once again, repositioning, jumping to another ledge, and rain hellfire from above.
Alright. 20.
Soft 20.
Alright, who you aiming for?
I'm gonna ask for Crudes this time.
Alright. I'd say with that, Crudes, you get hit once, and you take another hit. So you have 2 now.
Alright.
The glasses goblin is gonna fire at Gobar with a 6. He doesn't hit. This poor little kid, he's trying so hard.
Uh,
But he's with like actual adventurers. He's like, this is different than like when me and my friends play.
don't worry,
The
kid, we're
one
doing fine.
unranked kid somehow ends up in a lobby of like diamond rank players.
You win and his like MR shoots up.
Meanwhile, he's just watching fucking Traylon just parkour his way around the course.
Jesus.
What's happening, man?
Braylon's a jet main confirmed.
Wow.
This kid's
Alright.
just like, yep, I'm in over my head. I'm in danger.
No, he's not thinking that. He's thinking this is cool. Yeah.
Actually, Traylon's probably showing off a little bit for the kid, like doing flips mid jump.
Oh.
Oh. But he's also leaving himself wide open, so. But roll for Linton for me, John, please.
All right.
Ow.
All right.
13.
Who would he be aiming for? I'd say no. He's probably aiming for Gobar, but he probably ducks around. Okay.
All right.
All right, fish
True
dick.
side.
Fish dick time.
Fish.
I mean, he's a
damn it.
fish boners, so
Yeah, that was Fran's idea. Yeah.
Pew, 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 pew. We're all like fucking stormtroopers. What's happening?
Alright. Dex check.
Yeah.
oh,
You're kidding. You're fucking kidding.
oh, I'm sorry, Fran. Also, your dex check.
Okay.
Alright, I'm trying to make it move faster. Oh shit!
God damn. Okay, I'm giving him. No. It's nat 20. It does not need further boosting.
Yeah.
Can I do a front flip into the air over everyone's head and then pew 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 at them, except the kid?
Okay, with a fucking nat 20, yeah, I'll allow that.
Yay!
As you with the fucking nat 20, you see Traylon like high up in the rafters trying to, use height to his advantage. And as you front flip, you shoot, hit him, move down, see the kid, move past him, fire twice. Traylon, you take 1 as Linton takes 2 and is disqualified.
Oh, what the fuck?
But really, it just goes, "Arr," and his gun doesn't work, so he has to just like walk out.
Damn.
Crudez, with your nat 1, you're like, hell yeah, Fran! And you're like cheering for him, and your gun fires, and you hit Gopar, and he's like, oh.
Aw.
As his flashes red, and he is now out.
I didn't mean to, dude. I swear.
You hurt me.
I didn't mean to. I
That's a
swear.
reference to the Hearthstone Mercenary.
I was thinking like the one where it's like, Harley Quinn, you gave me cancer?
What? Excuse?
It's a gag from the Harley Quinn show where like she's in like a firefight with like guns, and she just grabs a random ray gun and shoots the guy with it, and he's like, whoa, what did that do? It's like, I don't know. And then like they look down, and the gun just says cancer ray. So they're like, oh god, Carl, I'm sorry, it's a cancer ray. And he just says, Harley Quinn, you gave me cancer?
Why would you even
This is
make
one-
something like this?
And it's just a joke that I vividly remember from that show. It's just the line, Harley Quinn, you gave me cancer, is just like
Yeah.
such a line.
Yeah.
And I think someone actually like mentioned in the comments one. They actually maybe the creators loved it so much. It's actually that the cancer ray cured his undiagnosed cancer.
God.
Aw, that'd be nice. That I actually love that joke because it reminded me of an even older joke from Venture Brothers where Brock Sampson is trying to interrogate a guy by yanking on his balls,
Yeah.
the scrotum. And he's like,
Yeah.
"Tell me where the bad guy is. I will never talk. This is worse than anything he would have." And then Brock suddenly stops. He's like, "Oh, what? No, nothing. Oh, what? I felt a lump. Are you serious?"
I remember that.
And then he just tells him, and he's like, "I don't even care. I have to go talk to my wife or something."
Up with my doctor or something.
Yeah, and he just is like, "Well, and the bad guy? He's over there. It's whatever."
inadvertently saved his balls.
Yeah.
But now we're getting to the
Anyways.
nitty gritty.
All right.
Anyways,
It's a
back to this.
it's a 1v2.
Well, the Goblin Kid's still with you. He didn't hit him.
Oh, wow, Traylon, how toxic.
I mean, I'm just being realistic. I'm not going to say it out loud, but
well, it's your turn now. So what do you want to do?
all right. Traylon's going to be aiming for Crudez because you know Fran
Alright.
won't aim for the kid.
You can use like for a meat shield.
Exactly.
All right, roll your thing. All right, yeah,
23.
that definitely hits for Crudez. You said.
Yes.
Okay, I'd say with that, Crudez. Sorry, you get hit one more time, and that's 3. You're out. Brrr.
Oh, it is 3 now?
It's always been 3.
Well, no. What I meant was, like, I got 3 just now.
Yes,
No.
it's been 3.
No,
You got
John.
you got 3 total just now. Yes.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
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 All right. Your little goblin companion's gonna try his best to hit Fran. He rolls a 3. His poor kid. I need to get these dice away.
Ah,
But he is trying to duck out of the way. So
I act like as if he did hit me. Ah. Ow.
You shoot your own breastplate to make it seem like he actually hit you.
Yeah.
do you really?
Yeah. And I fall on the ground.
So you willingly take 1 damage.
I don't want to destroy his confidence.
All right. Well, you have 1. Traylon with 23. You hit. No, you hit.
Yeah, I
that's
already
right.
hit. So it's Fran's
sorry.
turn. It's a 1v2
Yeah,
now.
Fran. It's a 1v2 or 1v1 because you don't want to hit the other kid.
Yeah. So I just hit
Dex
again?
check.
Yeah. Unless you want to like do something special to give yourself.
Oh, I can do something special?
Well, you can like flavor it a little bit, and if I like it enough, I'll give you a bonus.
Creativity.
Alright, well. Let's see. I stab my trident on the ground, climb on top of that, leap in the air, and try and land on not the kid, but the other one.
Then near Traylon.
Trying to get up to my
Yeah.
level.
Yeah.
Up to your level.
All right. I'd say with that, then you're on Traylon's level. You miss, but Traylon doesn't have advantage anymore because he's not above you.
Okay. I tried to literally grab for him, by the way.
Alrighty.
Well, the rules said you aren't allowed to like grab people. So...
Damn.
Well, it's not grabbing if you just happen to launch into them accidentally.
Just tackle into him.
You know what?
Alright,
Fuck it.
arms.
We're adults. We can play a little more rough, so long as it's not harder than children.
Oh, God,
Traylon's
you're not
going
supposed
to.
Okay.
Traylon's gonna tackle Fran and try and get him up to where the kid has a clean shot. I want the kid to get the last blow.
Wait.
Just
So
wait.
You want to roll a grapple check?
This is probably a bad idea.
That's what you want to do, though.
It is what I want to do.
I mean,
Can I use acrobatics?
Traylon is the-
No. To start a grapple, it's athletics.
Damn.
I mean, Traylon is the one who wanted to fight dirty, so yeah.
In character, I'm like, whoa, that's going a bit far. Out of character, go for it. Do absolutely whatever, dog.
Go back shit crazy.
Yeah, burn the motherfucker down.
Yeah, Traylon goes for a leap. So I just roll athletics or.
Yeah, athletics.
Fuck.
10. Francesco rolled me in athletics or acrobatics to resist the grapple.
See,
Athletics and acrobatics.
Yeah. He's throwing his whiz biz at me. I'm throwing my muscle himbo at him.
Just.
Well, yeah, trailer.
squeaky toy as I-
Friend is. Go on.
Just squeaky toy sound as I collide with Fran, but don't even leave
Yeah.
a dent.
Yeah.
It's like throwing a bunch of rubber ducks at a beef shield. At a wall, a brick wall.
Went away for a second. Did the kid win?
No,
Not yet. He rolled a 19 this time, though, so he did hit Fran.
I grab him by his arm and I give him a clear shot. Aim for the chest, kiddo!
And that's with 2 for Fran, so he still has 1 more round.
Wait, so is Traylon close to me?
I'm
He
right on
literally
top
just
of
tried
you.
to run into you, so yeah, he's right next to you.
Oh. What was that thing where a person tries to push someone off, but it causes such a force that it launches them?
A shove?
Shoulder check?
Sort of. You know, like how in cartoons, like someone will just like throw their frontal weight forward that it launches someone. I want to do that, but with my chest, just like just flex, and it's just.
You're like a pufferfish. You just go, and it just pushes him back. Okay, sure. Roll me. I guess athletics again to like use your muscle control to do that. 14. I'll give Traylon a chance to resist it. Roll me. I guess acrobatics for this one, because you can like dodge out of the way. Oh fucking hell, Trey!
He sends me flying, but I just go ricocheting off a wall and hit the ground floor.
Still impressive though. But with that, we'll move back over and we'll have the glasses kid try one more time.
I want to give the kid advantage for the last shot as I go over to him and I help him aim. All right, kid, you want to aim for center mass.
All right, he rolled a 17, and with one final shot, pew 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 pew. You are out, Fran, and the kid looks overly delighted.
Oh, good game, and I fall over.
Nicely done, kiddo.
Good game. Take a bump.
Yay!
Good game, take a bump.
Wow, I've never won this before. I can't wait to tell all my friends at school.
Yeah, you beat all these hardened adventurers too.
Yeah! Sorry, I can't yell too much.
Yeah.
He needs his inhaler.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I will say that, like, Crudez was feeling a little bitter before about, like, losing Traylon, but then he sees the kid's smiling face, and it's just like, you know what? This is fine. I'm okay with this.
And as you leave the, how do I get the full name again? Lathander's Guiding Light Laser Tag Maze, you do see, like, a scoreboard to the side that, you know, showed, like, everyone's, like, rankings. And, of course, the Glasses Kid is at the top because his name is Blur. I don't want to name it right now. But it's just interestingly, under Fran and Traylon's, you know, I guess you gave your names, it says disqualified because you were, like, horseplaying in there.
Meh.
Yeah, it's fine.
So you couldn't have won anyway.
And they're just not ready for us. But yeah, that was fun.
We weren't ready for X yet. What?
A rousing round of good camaraderie.
Yeah.
You know what? Yeah.
You see the little kid run up to, like, his mom and say, Mom, I won! She's like, what? Really? Oh, that's great, sweetie!
Damn.
Wait a minute,
He's like,
how did
"Wait,
my
really?"
son... Like, really? My nerd of a son?
Should I
She
be
loves him.
concerned?
She's just surprised people. Damn, she's not like a fucking piece of mother. Damn.
God.
Damn, calm down.
Anyways, as this is running a little bit long, I will wrap up a little bit. As you continue through the park, you notice that there are 2 other major attractions that sadly are under construction and or under repair. One that you cross by, you see that there's a lot of like artificial like jungle trees, like tropical looking trees and stuff. That says coming soon, the Macayan Adventure, and very small print says title subject to change. That is currently under, you know, construction. And as you follow along the moat, of that was just surrounding like the Alchemist Tower one, you see another like more massive like water park section of the theme park, but it is also closed. But it read on top, Perone versus Farenthel Marine Adventure.
Oh boy, that's certainly going to be a hot topic in the
topic.
near future.
So that might be a reason why it's closed at the moment.
Yeah.
But you do, like, as you glance, you can still see some of like the equipment back there. It seemed like it was an attraction where like you each had like a small boat and you more or less played Battleship with the other side.
Oh, that sounds so cool.
It does. It's almost 11 o'clock though, so we will continue next time about that for another. Maybe when you come back to Iron Dome, it'll be better.
Aw.
We can play Battleship after the session, Gray, if you want.
Yeah. I got a fun story about that, but we will talk about that after the session's over. But anyway,
But unless
Yeah.
there is anything more you wanted to do that you can think of here in these fairgrounds, you do feel like you've seen most of the attractions at this point.
Okay.
You ever think that they'll ever get a attraction for the Academy?
Like,
it be?
get a roller coaster for the Academy?
I don't know, maybe. I feel
I
like
mean,
everyone.
I think going to the academy as it is a roller coaster enough, but all right.
Oh!
Let's be real. The Academy itself, it's its own kind of animation when you really think about it. I mean, look at the island. It's basically this. It's almost as big as Shinto when you really think about it.
Yeah, the professors certainly do give you quite a ride.
It may not be so
The
to scale.
Fran, what?
Hmm?
Huh? As some
What?
people would say.
Oh, well, they really ride you. They send you out and give you a task, a real challenge.
We're gonna take you for a ride.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
take it for a ride. Ba-na-na-na, da-na-na-na.
Man, I'm so glad we were born after the 20th century so we can appreciate all the good tunes.
Yeah. But yeah, I imagine like the Academy. I mean, the Academy itself is basically a giant mixing pot.
That was its intended purpose.
It probably be okay. It would probably be this. It's a small world ride.
No. I didn't mind that ride when I did it, but I like puppets and animatronics, so I didn't find it creepy.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Oh god, you kidding me? The first time I rode that, it was terrifying. And it doesn't help that one of my classmates were sticking their hand in the water. So when the ride was done and it was coming back in, it nearly got crushed against the walls.
Oh.
well, let me tell you my experience real quick before I hand it back to John. When I went on the Small World ride, I didn't mind it because, again, I like puppets and animatronics, so I was just like, all right, whatever. I just knew the jokes about it. But my problem was, in my boat, there was this really, really large man. And, like, the boat was, like, tilting to the side, and, like, I could tell, like, the water was, like, just about to crest over it.
Oh no.
And I was like, oh boy, I really hope I don't fucking drown on the It's a Small World ride.
I wasn't
What a way to
expecting
go.
this second half of the session to be like everybody unloading their amusement park trauma.
The theme park trauma. It was to say it was traumatic. I was just like, really, buddy? I waited like 20 minutes in line to get on here and I might drown because of your pass.
Like, dude, how about another donut instead of drowning everyone?
Well, that's not fat shame, but for real, that would have
One
been.
more donut
No,
and the
but-
water
yeah,
might come
yeah.
in.
You get what I'm saying, though.
Yeah.
There should be a certain point where, just my
I don't-
god.
I don't know if he should have been allowed on the ride, honestly. He was pretty large. Anyways, take it away, John.
All right, so as you all finish your fair fun times, you see that the artificial sun is cresting over the artificial horizon as it's starting to get to nighttime. You all collectively return back to the subway as you still have Raz's home address and a house key, so you can crash at his place for the night. So, you go ahead and take the subway, the same subway you took to get here, back to where you're intending to go, pretty much. This time, though, the subway is a lot more crowded as plenty of people are starting to head home after sort of like later business hours are over. Like, people are coming home from work, people are just heading home, that sort of a thing. And I'll go ahead and switch music here. There we go. Because of the influx of people, this also means, as Traylon has seen before, more of these sort of like Warforged, like automaton assistants. You all go ahead and board the subway. You take a seat. It's way more crowded than it was before, so now you're getting that sort of like authentic subway experience, New York style.
It's honestly, yeah, it's pretty terrifying.
Yeah, Traylon.
Yeah.
Traylon keeping
Mhm.
is going to keep a close hand on his bag because crowded area.
Right.
Friend's
So
gonna keep on an eye on the link between carts because they are held together with duct tape.
Mm.
no,
Or I
they're
guess
not
in this-
held together with duct tape.
Sorry, rope and
Yeah,
string.
it's-
Not rope. They're professionally made. This is like way more well kept than the fair was.
Ow. Okay, and apparently better than the New York subway.
Yes. It's
Yeah.
we can live out our fantasy of a functional subway system.
Yes.
That thing was terrifying.
But yeah, anyway, so you all go ahead and take your seats. But right before the subway closes, there's an influx of about 20 or so last-minute passengers getting on, and all of them have a Warforged with them.
Oh, lovely.
I want
Well-
everybody to roll an insight check for me real quick.
Oh,
Well, I mean, they do seem to be popular, and I think they're trendy this time.
I'm rolling like shit now.
Yeah.
Oh
I mean,
no,
I don't
I'm not
think
the
it's-
only one.
I don't think it's
Okay.
unusual for
Curtis,
big, brawny
you
men to
actually
be protecting the
pass.
small ones.
Oh.
Yes. Francesco's the only one that fails.
Oh.
Oh.
But yeah, as all of them sort of like come on the train, you pay attention to these goblins, and they look very nervous and tense. Like, you can see like a few of them like jittering. You can see one sort of like a sweat drop running down their neck. You see another one that's sort of like on the of hyperventilating in a way. For everybody else besides Crudez, you notice as all of these goblins are getting into their seats, you notice that their Warforged assistants are sort of looking amongst each other. You can see them sort of like scouring about the cable car that you're in, just sort of looking around.
Seems awfully tense. Traylon's gonna whisper.
I wave. Sorry. you're saying?
So you wave. They don't really pay you mind. The Warforged anyway don't really pay you mind.
Sorry, Traylon, you were saying.
Traylon is going to whisper. Seems awfully tense all of a sudden to the group. Try to keeping his voice down under the clattering of the metro.
Oh, Traylon, you're just nervous around people bigger than you. It's understandable. I
When
used to
has
be
he
nervous
ever-
around those smaller than myself. You get used to the size.
Fran, when
difference.
has he ever been like that?
Hmm?
He's just like commenting, also trying to keep his voice down. Like, Fran, when has that ever been an issue for him?
I thought well, I mean, he's usually quite aggressive around people bigger than him. I thought it was like a Chihuahua thing.
Oh, off be yours.
All right.
Um,
Case in point.
Gobar will go ahead and speak up and say, I mean, you're not wrong. I don't know what it is, but I don't like these vibes.
Yeah, me either.
From Traylon or something else?
I'm
Them over there.
not sure, really. It's just, suddenly it just feels bad.
Feels bad, man.
Eventually, the doors to the train close, and you hear sort of like the rumbling sound of the train beginning to begin to move and then eventually increase in speed. And you can see through the windows the bright sort of, the bright subway station leave your view as you are left into the darkness of the underground subway tunnels as the train is moving on its way.
Yeah. Oh, you lot worry too much. Fran gets up and he walks right over. No, you just need to chill out with your iron bros more. And it's like, hello there, my good chum. How goes this evening for you? And he pats him on the shoulder.
Who are you patting?
Sorry, what would you name these robots again?
These are Warforged.
Warforged, right.
So you were talking to the Warforged.
Yes. I mean, they seem to answer our questions, our queries pretty well earlier.
So before the first one that you all talked to with Traylon, pestering this guy's Warforged, he was really annoyed. The second you no, his owner.
Okay.
Was annoyed because, you were basically asking him, like, the most basic of questions, to his point of view, anyway. When you approach this Warforged, you realize that his owner is, like, gets even more tense as this Warforged just looks at you and goes, you might want to sit down.
Excuse me?
As soon as he says
that fast.
As soon as he says that, the rest of you, on the other side of the train, you see one of these Warforged, like, stand up, and, like, they extend their arm, and out of a little slot from their hand, pulls out this little, like, pistol, and then everyone gasps and goes, none of you leave your seats or even a muscle, or everybody here gets a fucking bullet through their skull! And all of the Warforged, all in unison, also all get up and pull a pistol out. Francesco, since you're close to one, this one basically pulls out his gun and points it at your head and says, you sit the fuck back down right now.
I look to my friends. What do they think I should do? Because I kind of want to rip that arm off now.
Traylon is concerned that there are civilians at risk.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fran politely puts his hands up, and just backs away and sits down politely.
All right, as you sit down, you see the rest of these Warforged begin to sort of like mobilize around the cable car. You see them sort of like begin to sort of like secure the area, basically move themselves around to properly take this place hostage. Everybody there is not moving a muscle. You see all of the native goblins of the Iron Dome are basically just like frozen solid in just fear, but also sort of like kind of an impulse to freeze up in a way when there's immediate danger.
Oh.
What do you all do?
Traylon would like to roll an insight to see if this Warforged at the front that kind of started this all, or any of them in general, because they talked less robotic.
Go ahead and roll with advantage for me.
Inside, come on.
Since you just got done talking with one several hours ago.
Yeah, they're more cognitive instead of just reading off prompts. Come on, Traylon. You care about this? 14?
Great, 14. That's more than enough. So, 14. Yeah, Traylon, it's strange. You just got done talking with a Warforged who is very well aware of, I would say, like his lack of sentience and like pretty much a nonchalant acceptance of this. With the way these people are like talking and mobilizing and making sure none of these civilians like even move a muscle, this is very, very sentient. Like, strikingly sentient. It also kind of like dawns onto you that like these Warforged probably use these, poor hapless goblins as a way to sort of like mask the fact that 20 of them were coming on the train at once, so they all probably like coerced a man or woman to like pose as their handler under like threat of violence, pretty much.
So the handlers are decoys.
Yes. It was just to get them on the train, pretty much.
How many other people are on this train?
I will say, including the goblins that are forcibly posing as their handlers, there's about 30 or 40 in this car alone.
Damn, that's way too many people that can get caught in the crossfires.
If only there were a way to separate those we need to beat up from those we need to make sure don't get hurt.
I mean, Traylon's got one, maybe two attacks of just a line of fuck you that could potentially take out maybe a few of these the Warforged. But if it doesn't drop them immediately, it's maybe looking at it, we're kind of in the shit.
Linton sort of like whispers to you and says, "Oh man, I really want to blow these guys up so bad, but there's so many people here."
You can't weave your spell around them.
Yeah, I'm good at that, but well, even if I don't hit the civilians, what's gonna happen to the subway?
Are we in like the last car, the middle car, the front car?
I'd say you're probably like near mid-ish.
Are they moving people? Like, are they trying to corral people to any part of the train specific?
They're corralling. Basically, they're trying to like keep you all from like moving or like making a noise or anything like that. And they're looking to figure out a way to sort of like spread into the other cars and like hold them hostage. Like you actually hear them like talking with each other, and they're like, "Okay, here's what we do. 2158, you go up there, and we'll get." What do you mean we go up there? We didn't talk about that. What do you mean we didn't talk about this? We went over this like an hour. They're kind of like having these very strangely like human bumbling sort of like arguments with each other, all while holding everybody hostage. And as they're talking amongst themselves, suddenly all of the lights turn off.
Oh no.
All of the lights turn off, it is pitch black. Curtis, you can see because you have dark vision, but for everybody else that does not have dark vision, you hear like it immediately says, oh, it's sort of like talking amongst themselves. And then you hear the Warforged like, hey, everybody shut up! And then Curtis, you can actually see as he says this, he accidentally like bops his metallic head against like a metal bar because, fun fact, Warforged do not have dark vision.
So let me hold off on the story form.
Alright.
Yeah. You see immediately them all sort of like begin to argue with each other. It's like, hey, get the fuck off me. You know, just kind of bumbling in a way. And then you hear the sound of the intercom turn on. I hope that was loud enough, by the way.
Yeah.
As you hear a voice, hold on one second. As you hear a voice over the intercom go,
Attention passengers, this is your conductor speaking. We appear to be having some unexpected dangers on our trip today, but do not be alarmed. Please remain calm, activate your seat's safety barriers, and wait.
and as they say this, immediately the Warforged sort of like speak up and say, no, don't you do. Everyone like immediately presses buttons and like all of their seats like begin to like morph into these like you know like the little safety indestructible pod that like Pokey makes at the end of Mother 3.
Yeah, the absolutely safe capsule.
Yeah, all of their seats turn into this, and there's like, wait, nope, don't press the button. Fuck!
That's our
What
cue.
do we do? God damn it! And the voice continues and says,
Please remain calm. If you are unable to run away, please take cover underneath the public seating. We estimate this hour will be solved within 10 minutes and normal train hours will resume.
and as soon as this is said, the door to the north of the cable car slowly opens. Yeah, literally just like a
Tense.
We estimate this issue will be solved within 10 minutes and normal train hours will resume. Thank you for your cooperation, and remember, the conductor will keep our subways clean and our citizens safe.
And as you see at the end of the cable car, you see a single goblin man dressed in this strangely sort of like Dome Keeper style suit, but like wearing sort of like a strangely pseudo train conductor uniform. Glowing, piercing red eyes come from the helmet as out of a hatch, he pulls out sort of like a metal rod from like the side of his suit, and it folds out and turns into a full-blown sort of like iron maul.
Oh, this is fucking kick-ass.
Yeah.
I'm gonna change maps now.
Oh. What?
Battle!
Go ahead and place yourselves at the bottom.
Okay. My map still looks the same.
Yeah, same here, but I think it might just be Roll20 being a little
Roll
weird.
20, please.
Just give it a moment to load.
Yeah.
Because I have to place down a token I forgot to put.
Maybe if I reload.
Which means I have to quickly download and place a picture.
Oh.
There it goes.
Oh, there we go.
By the way, I have been waiting to use this music for a very, very long time.
What is this music? It's kick-ass.
This is from Ace Combat 7. I'll give you a link later. Okay. And I will go ahead and put Gobar and Linton down. Where is... There. Here's Gobar. Where is Linton? There he is. Put him right here. Okay. Everybody, go ahead and roll initiative for me.
Alright. Oh, there we go. Fucking.
Nat 20 for Crudez, as I completely forget to turn on the turn order.
That's fine. Damn it.
It's been a while since I did combat.
Yeah.
Sue me.
Been a while.
Where the hell is the fucking... There it is. Alright. Add turn. Add turn. Okay. There you go. Let me just get rid of this. Add one for you. Add one for you. And then add one for this boy here. There we go. Alright. So I'll say the 10 will be this guy. I'll just post that there, sure. Francesco, what's your dex?
My dex. Constitution, intelligence, wisdom. 3.
3. Okay, you beat him.
Oh.
Alright. Go bar. Click you first. 12. Another 12. He definitely beats this guy. And Linton.
Why am I always at the bottom of the initiative? Dex is my thing.
Well, it's okay. Linton beat you in terms of being at the worst. Alright, and one initiative for the... Oh my god. Okay. This is gonna make it spicy. Alright. As we get a full loop before we even get the shit started. Alright, so special thing about this combat real quick. There are 20 of these Warforged, but they are grouped in tokens of 5, so these tokens count as 5 of them. Or 4 of them, rather.
Okay, yeah.
So like 4, 8, 12, 16, 20.
Okay.
Alright, so... starting at the top of the list, Crudez.
Alright. Well, with that done... fuck. So yeah, y'all know it. I pinged it earlier. Sorry for him.
Alright, Starry Form. You turn on Starry Form, and immediately everybody who doesn't have dark vision, you all begin to notice all of the safety pods that appeared in place of the chairs.
And immediately with the bonus action from Starry Form, arrow at the nearest guy. Nat 20.
Natural 20 hits.
And basically, Crudez is just like, I'm sorry for this, but if you're gonna use your sentience to do bad things, then fuck you. And heat metal.
Heat metal. Who are you casting it on?
This one.
Alright, because it is a token of 4, it will hit all of them. They will count as one roll. Rolling to con save, right?
I do believe so.
Alright.
Yep. Succeed on a con. Well, actually, that's to like succeed on a con. Oh, okay, yeah. Succeed on a con save or drop the object if they can. Well, since they can't drop their body, yeah, it has to be a con save.
Alright, so anyway.
Whether or not it takes half damage.
Does a 16 beat?
Matches.
Meets it beats.
Alright, so they pass.
Um. I'm trying to see like what it does if like they. Wait.
Anything else?
I'm sorry. Just I need to read my own damn spell here because like I completely forgot what it did. Let's see. Red hot. A creature in physical contact with the object. They take 2d8 when you cast the spell, so that's regardless.
So, instantly 2d8. Alright, go ahead and roll damage.
I know I have it on here. Metal. Second level for now.
Alright, okay, so, 7. You see, how do you cast this heat metal, by the way? Like,
I would
what part of
imagine-
their body are you doing?
Probably like around their chest, just as
Alright.
if to be like, hey, like let's be badass and like if you're gonna have like an evil heart behind your sentience,
Alright,
put a little heat on it.
alright, in that case, the ones that you cast heat metal on, they immediately sort of like cluster chest. Oh god, it's hot just like our boss!
What?
Just like the boss.
Oh. Although I would like to make a point of like having any damage I do be like non-lethal at least. Like if he senses that like this is going to like overload them, he's gonna like cut it.
Alright. Non-lethal it is.
If it doesn't drop the object, it has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks until the start of your next turn. Oh, okay. The con save is like for like if they want to keep a hold of the object, but since they can't,
Yeah.
Their whole body is,
their
Yeah.
whole body is the object. So,
Alright,
the-
anything else?
They just take up that 2d8 no matter what, and that should be
yeah,
it.
and I can use the bonus action on my next turn to like do it again.
Alright, anything else?
I'm good for right now, I think.
Okay,
Yeah.
Francesco.
Yes.
You
It is your turn.
were waiting for that, weren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, these safety chairs, is it like an egg metal thing going on?
It kind of has an egg shape to it, yeah.
Cool. I press a button on what used to be my chair and roll that egg right at those clusterfuckers.
So
I
you're
believe
going
you
to attempt to rip the chair, what used to be the chair, off of the subway.
And try and knock it right in those guys. While saying, I believe you wanted us all to take a seat. It's only fair you should have one yourself.
Alright, go ahead and roll me in athletics with disadvantage.
Oh.
It's bolted in.
Yeah.
24.
Alright.
Damn. God damn.
Alright, in that case,
It was a really good pun. It fuels my strength.
alright, go ahead and please describe what you're gonna do with this.
Alright. Well, like I said, reach over, press the button under the seat like an Oprah guest looking for a present. As soon as that eggshell pops over the chair, rip that out, say the thing I said, and huck it just like right at them, like really throw the back of my shoulder into it to try and launch it at them like a rocket.
Okay, and which one are you hitting?
Probably that one.
Alright, I'll go ahead and say, alright, go ahead and roll me just, roll me your javelin.
Yeah.
Since you have Tavern Brawler, this will be, like, counted as a regular attack.
Oh, okay.
So go ahead and look up your javelin and just roll that.
Hopefully it barrels into them.
All right, 23 definitely hits. Now, ignore that damage because I'm actually going to make you roll 1d12 plus strength.
Oh.
Because this is like a heavy-duty, like, pod that you're throwing.
Alright. 12 and...
All right, 7 damage.
Plus strength.
No, that'd be like plus your strength mod, not like a strength roll.
I see.
Yeah, so you do 7 damage.
Baller.
Does it do it to the entire
Right,
group instead of one individual?
Huh?
Yes.
So it hits the
I mean,
whole.
that's how this is working anyway.
Yeah.
All of these tokens count as, like, 4 of them.
Got it.
So when you hit one, you hit all of the 4.
Got it.
Yeah.
Alright, because you rolled so high in your athletics, I'll say you still have your second attack available if you wish to get in there and fight the melee.
Alright, well, yeah, I run after... run after that seat and just start whacking them with it.
Alright, go ahead and roll me, the same javelin again.
Alright.
Yeah, 25 definitely hits. Roll a d12 plus 5 for me.
Nice.
Alright, that
Way
is
better.
16 damage.
I'm just hitting them over the head with this sucker.
Go ahead and move to melee, by the way. Move your token.
Oh, right.
Alright, yeah. You just throw this pod at them. You see, like, 2 of them, like, get hit by it and get knocked back. And then you run up, pick it up again, and then just slam it on them again for another 16 points of damage.
Looks like somebody's getting their eggs smashed today.
As you hit them, you hear them say among themselves, "This wasn't part of the plan! Who the hell are these guys?"
I love when bad guys say that.
It is Gobar's turn, as he is just going to, let's see here. Well, he is going to rage, for starters. And because he's raging, as you see, as he rages, you actually didn't get to see much of this because you basically CC'd Gobar into oblivion during the tournament. If I remember correctly.
Yeah, we probably did, yeah.
As he rages, you see immediately, like, emanating from his body and his tattoos, these sort of, like, spectral, almost like ghostly figures that all roughly sort of, like, look like Machian orcs.
Oh.
As he is going to rush up, he will go ahead and take his 2 attacks. Both of these will go ahead and be reckless, because fuck these guys. He's fishing for crits. He does not get it, but a 25 does hit. That is going to be a 14, added a 3. That's going to be 17 points of damage. Then he's going to take his second strike. Also reckless. As a 19 will hit. Another 17 damage. You watch as Gobar sort of like... you notice as he, like, swings his great axe, these spirits are sort of, like, slashing alongside him, as if they're almost sort of, like, going hand-to-hand with his strikes, and you see Gobar sort of, like, you see Gobar, in one fell swoop, like, almost lining them all up, all 4 of their heads come clean off in one strike.
Oof.
Nice.
As, like, jets of sort of, like, oil and other sort of, like, robotic fluids sort of, like, gush out of their heads as they all fall over. This one's down.
Cruda's just kind of like,
It was a good thing you CC'd him to hell.
Yeah, Gobar can really fuck up someone. I'm so glad I was hiding in the darkness when I was like right up in front of him.
Yeah.
Little clap. Oh, that's a pretty good smashing success you got going there.
All right, so it is this mystery person's turn. As with this iron maul in hand, you see him sort of like, you know, the thing people do where it's like they hold a hammer, they sort of like menacingly sort of like bat the blunt head into their hand as, you know, that sort of imagery. He does that a few times, and then with surprising agility actually begins to dash forth as he is going to take 3 attacks.
Ooh.
First, a 20 hits. He's going to hit this one. This will be 14 damage. Give me 1 second here as I get rid of some HP on my end. Okay. What are the cool things that I gave him that I'm going to do? Okay, alright. He is... Let's see here. Okay, alright. He's going to make that a menacing attack. So wisdom save for these poor robots. They do pass as they realize, oh right, we have guns. But that will add some extra damage to this, as he'll add an extra 1d10, which I will roll privately. That is going to be an extra 4 damage on top of it. And then he has 2 more attacks. 22 hits. Alright, that is going to be 16 points of damage. Doing math in my head. Okay. And the third attack. 27 hits. That is going to be a total of another 17 points of damage.
Oof. Hits hard.
Yeah, he hits like a truck. And because these robots are taking over this train, and he's basically made a vow to keep these people safe, he's going to fucking action surge.
Oh, he's a fighter.
Mm-hmm. He is a fighter. So I'll go ahead and roll another 3 attacks. 19 hits. That is going to be 15 points of damage. Second attack again. This is a crit.
Oh.
This time he's actually going to aim it towards this one over here. So I'm just going to roll this. That's going to be 24 points of damage. Let's see here. Math in my head. Okay. And... I wish I paid attention more to Orem. I don't know if you can do more than one maneuver during a turn.
You absolutely can. So long as you have the resources.
can?
Yes.
Okay, then absolutely, yeah. He's going to roll a menacing attack on this, then. Alright, so that's going to be an extra 1d10. As it's a 1.
Bah.
But this will force another wisdom save. Let's see here. What is the DC? The DC is... Let's see here. Haha, there it is. That's a fail. So... I'll wait for the third attack first before I describe this. Yeah, that definitely hits. I don't even have to roll damage, but I'll do this. So, all of you watch as this lone goblin suited up, just like, very deftly and with surprising brutality, just like mops the floor with this whole group here. Like, one shot, boom, chest completely ruined. One shot, boom, a leg just fell off on one of them. One shot, boom, just like uppercutted an entire head to the point where it like clings against the ceiling. All 4 of these just go down, and then he immediately points his maul towards this group, and they immediately like start to back up. And with that, Traylon, it's now your turn.
Alrighty. Sensing fighter game recognized game, Traylon wants to show off too that he's got his own 3-attack combo himself. Immediately
He's shown up.
Nah, he's gonna jump over that way, and immediately go in for a jab into the chest of one of these robots.
Alright, go ahead and roll to hit.
Bayonet.
Alright, 22 hits.
Alright, as he's...
You're hitting this one?
Yes.
Okay.
As he's impaled into one of them, he's going to basically, while hanging off of it, make it swirl around a little bit before firing off a piercer shot, aiming for the one next to him and the one to the top right.
So now you're hitting these guys.
If you can see my snap, should be that way.
Okay, so you're cleaving all of them.
The best with these 2 tokens. I can't hit the
Yeah.
the one in the
You have
top
to
left.
I have to apologize. It is sometimes hard to hear a little bit, but I'm
Yeah.
able to keep up.
Yeah. All right. We got an arrow.
Alright, go ahead and roll.
No, wait. Sorry, wrong arrow. Piercer. I meant piercer.
Alright, piercing arrow.
Dexterity saving
Do
throws.
they have to roll for, Oh, so it's like piercing this one and then hits the others. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so let me go ahead and roll. First one is a pass. Second's a fail. Third is a fail. So, what happens?
As Traylon is like lodged into one of their like chest cavities, they'll notice that the crossbow bolts on the end of that he's currently jammed into it has more of a sparrow tipped, and instead of going just straight up, it just does a corkscrew as it hits the 8 of these robots, or at least attempts to, as it spirals out. The one,
Alright,
the group that passed,
so the first
takes,
yeah.
the group that passed takes half damage.
Alright, so the first one will take 12 damage. Alright, and then the others will take the full 15,
Yes.
if I read this right.
Yep.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Alright.
And for my bonus action, I'm going to hand crossbow. Same thing.
Alright, do your thing.
This entire train cart is just spiraling like energy waves from his arrows.
Alright, was there a roll for this?
Dexterity saving throw.
Ray?
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, it's just a dex save once again. I don't have to roll.
So this isn't like another attack. This is another save.
It's another save. It's basically I'm using.
So
two
literally, you
maneuvers.
just shot one arrow, and then it's like shotgunning everywhere.
Basically.
Okay. All right. 3 more rolls. Pass. Yeah, pass. Fail. That one's a nat 1, actually. And that one's a pass. So, I'm gonna say 12 to the one that passed, and the full 14 to the ones that didn't.
Yep. And I'm gonna action surge.
All right.
All right. Traylin's going to rip out his bayonet and the one in front of him for 6 damage.
Give me 1 second here, as I'm trying to keep up with all this sick deeps. All right, so now you're ripping the bayonet out of the guy. 24 hits.
That's a
So
total.
that'll be 6 damage to that.
And I'm out of magic arrows until I get a short rest.
Alright.
So it's just going to be point blank light crossbow for another 7.
22. All right, 22 hits. This is all on this guy.
Yes.
All right, 7 damage to him. So yeah, this mystery man flexed. How do you flex?
I imagine Traylon just jumps into the fray, sends out like his magic arrows to just wreck shop as much as possible, and then he's just walking forward and just opening fire, rapid fire style.
All right. Okay, yeah. As soon as these guys were backing up, they start getting holes in their backs as all of a sudden, Traylon, you just start unloading and you just basically shotgun these guys with these piercing arrows. And you basically use this group here as like a mounted cannon as you like stab your bayonet into them, basically stab them to hold them in place, and then you started firing.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And I
All
still
right.
got one more attack.
All right, go ahead.
Another 9.
19 does hit.
And another 9 to just try and clear out the wave in front of him.
All right, how do you finish this one off?
Traylon is just unloading, and as he's walking by, as one of them is like clambering down a little bit, just coup de grace, not even looking, arrow to the chest as the last of them kind of collapse down.
All right, so these 4 go down. And with that, we come to Linton. As soon as he notices that everybody is, like, safe and secure and, just not in a position to get absolutely wrecked, you see him begin to sort of, like, rub his hands together as he's like, "Ooh, this is gonna be good." As you see him rub his palms together, his hairy palms, because he is a halfling. He rubs them real fast. You see sort of like his hands begin to sort of like glow a bit, almost kind of like how like metal turns like this weird red color when it gets really hot.
Yeah.
As he then brings his hands apart, and then almost like 0 to 100, this giant fireball appears out of his floats in front of him, and he basically calls out, "Hey, Traylon, weird new guy, think fast." As almost like Cinderace style, he sort of like kicks this fireball upwards. It ricochets up against the roof of the train, and then crashes down on these 2 guys, as he's going to cast a 5th level fireball.
Fuck.
While using the Sculpt spell feature. Which means that all of you guys will not be affected by this radius.
good thing, too. Just gonna...
I wasn't expecting his first ever spellcast to be soccer ball, but here we are. It happens.
I just roll to see what
Alright,
it would've
so... That's going to be... No, you don't have to roll anything, Traylon.
I know, I just wanted to just wanted to see what if.
Yeah, Traylon, you instinctively try to, like, dodge out of the way, but then you realize that the way that this thing explodes is, like, weirdly positioned in a way where it somehow only affects this general, like, 10-foot cube, or 5-foot cube, rather, and doesn't hit you or anybody. It hits the pods, but the pods are safe. But yeah, that's gonna be 31 damage. Let me just roll some saves. That's a pass. And that is also a pass, as they will take 15 fire damage each.
Oops. Uh-oh.
Alright.
I think Discord's starting to shit the
Alright,
bed.
at the end of his turn, with that spell cast, it is now finally these robots' turn, as they're now battered and burnt and just all sorts of, like, fucked up. You see, like, again, these strangely, full of sentience, like, Warforged are, like, all on their backs cowering as this guy, like, slowly approaches forward. And they just, like, stay on the ground, trying to, like, signal their surrender.
Aw, so many more quips on me.
As the mystery combat is basically over, by the way, as you see the mystery man over here says,
You move a muscle, or all of you will be getting a mole to your face.
you get a feeling that he probably listened in on what happened earlier if he's able to make that kind of quip. And as he says this, he, like, sort of, like, reaches down near one of the corpses that he made and sort of, like, in one fell swoop, just sort of, like, punches through his chest and then rips out, like, this strange sort of, like, almost sort of, like, sickly blue, sort of, like, almost kind of like, you know those perfectly, like, spherical metallic orbs things?
Mm-hmm.
He pulls out that, and it's, like, pulsating this sort of, like, very low light, and he will go ahead and say,
You all won't have to explain yourselves. Your little friend here will explain for you all in the coding process.
as he sort of, like, puts the orb in a satchel behind his back.
Which means the rest of you... There isn't exactly a reason for you to stay functional now, is there?
As they all immediately sort of, like, squeal and back up. It's like, no, please, we surrender. What do you all do?
Traylon will be like, I mean, if you can prove to us that you can behave yourselves in your sentient ways, I suppose there would be a way around this. Or we could just scrap you all. Probably easier.
As you're in the middle of saying this, Traylon, you don't even finish, as, like, this guy just, like, wham! Immediately sort of, like, just maul to the face, caves in one of them, they go down.
You know, the did want to try to do some non-lethal, right?
Hmm?
Yeah.
Didn't the party
Sorry,
wanna do
what'd you say, Jesse?
Didn't some of the party want to do non-lethal?
Yep.
Go
Like
ahead,
trailer-
Crudez.
I mean, the decision's been made for me, so
No? He only hit one of them.
Traylon will speak up and say, Oi, if they're sentient, then there's no point in going all out. They are giving up.
yeah, like there's no point to this anymore. Like if these things have sentience, then that makes this different. Sure, they can't be using it to do bad things. That's not okay, but I don't know. I don't feel good about this.
Hold up.
While that's going down, Traylon would like to maybe see if he could safely disarm the remainder, if that is an option.
Well, these guys never got a chance to take a turn because you all mopped the floor with them. So, you see on them sort of like the same sort of like pistol sort of like weapons they had on them, but also with them they sort of had like this sort of like secondary blunt pipe instrument just in case that went haywire. So those are the main weapons they have on them. Anything else they would have had on them, you wouldn't be able to tell with the naked eye, but given the fact that these guys are sort of like cowering, you're pretty sure that's all they had.
Well, Traylon will do his best to either kick those away or dismantle what he can. But
Still thinking. Y'all can banter amongst yourself, as I think.
he'll shout out to say, Hey, Gobar, give me a hand. And to save the DM some time, we'll just say that Gobar provides help where he can to manhandle and or rip off what he can.
Alright, so, as you all are sort of like corralling around them, sort of like making sure they're disarmed, you see, Crudez, you're closest to them. You're sort of like looking close to them. Again, you're just looking at them, and it's such a stark contrast from earlier that, you know, they were just so not sentient, and now they're like full of sentience. As you see like visible fear in their eyes as they're basically being, you know, sort of like, now they're the ones being like held at gunpoint, metaphorically speaking. But as you all are watching, Crudez, roll me a perception check real quick.
Okay. Come on, roll 20. Work with me here. 9.
That's fine.
Okay, yeah. That's
For a
fine.
brief moment, it sort of like gets you in a flash as like it sort of like beats you all in a flash as you see one of them who really was the one that sort of like made Francesco sit back down in his seat. You see for a brief moment his eyes, they look like they begin to sort of like, you swear it's almost like flames envelop his eyes for a brief moment. And then he goes from being cowering to suddenly getting some nerve as when it comes to his turn to sort of like get him disarmed, He immediately grabs his pistol and then leans up against the back over here. He basically points it at you all to stay a distance as he says, "You may have won this time, but I ain't gonna let you get any information from any of us." As you see, he puts his finger on the trigger and you instinctively sort of like reflectively, it's like, oh shit, he's gonna shoot at us, we need to jump him. But no, instead, he immediately like shoots every single one of his comrades in the chest, perfectly on the chest, rather. Like, he aims specifically for the chest and nowhere else. And then, with his very last bullet, he puts it to his own chest and he says, "Metal Devil's gonna get ya." And then immediately sort of like falls over on top of the rest of his comrades. And I'll go ahead and switch back to this, because combat ended like 10 minutes ago, but I love this song.
It's a really good song.
I'll link it to you later.
I linked it right there.
Thank you.
And as they fall dead, unconscious, the old mystery man here says,
Well, that's a shame. We can't get any more information out of them. He specifically targeted their cores.
as he sort of like pulls out the core that he took from earlier to make sure that it's still in good condition.
So, I take it you're the conductor? Is that what you're calling yourself?
He takes a moment. He's about to respond, but then he takes a look at you and goes,
Wait a minute. I recognize you all.
as he immediately sort of like walks forward and sort of like reflectively, Traylon, he sort of like extends a hand and pats you on the bald head as he says,
I recognize all of you. You're those wonderful young men from the academy.
Oh, wait a minute. You're the conductor from the train that we were riding on, weren't you?
We keep that a secret around here.
That's best. I can keep a secret. That being said, what the fuck
you
just happened?
remember as he's saying this, he was specifically asking you for a brief moment about, you know, sort of Bruin and your experiences with him.
Oh, that makes sense. So,
No, but seriously, do not let anyone know about me.
that's fine. As far as anyone needs to know, we were the ones that put them down.
Alright, that's fine and dandy and all that, but what the hell was that? Crudez is just visibly just still a little stunned that all that happened right in front of him and he couldn't even react.
To be quite frank, I'm not exactly sure either. But it is not the first time something like this has happened.
So,
They
that was
were
right on the
they
money.
were alive and they were alive and they wanted to use their life for whatever was going on here. That
To put it to maybe ease your pain a little bit, Crudez, someone programmed them to be like this. In other words, this,
Actually, about that. The first of these sort of attacks happened about a month ago. some sort of random act of terrorism by rogue Warforged, acting very unlike Warforged. So far, there hasn't really been any reports of there being intentionally programmed like this, so the first assumption was some sort of virus or coding error. However, they mentioned something of a metal devil.
Aye, I heard that.
Unfortunately, I have no idea what they're talking about. Which is why I kept this.
As he sort of like holds up the core.
If it brings you comfort, little one,
As he looks over to Crudez.
the only one who is killed is the one that committed suicide right then and there. A true Warforge's being is in this thing here.
As he like holds up the orb.
This orb is the thing that makes all Warforged tick. It houses all of their coding, their memories, and the operating system used to program them however that is required. So the fact that he shot the cores implies to me that there is information they know that they don't want getting out.
Well, it's a shame he didn't get the other 15 or so down that way.
Probably panicked. That was the intention anyway.
Well, at the very least, we can probably get these bots down to some sort of mechanic and get them properly looked at.
Yeah, I'd like that.
The bodies may be salvaged, but I doubt their cores are going to be used for anybody anytime soon.
Yeah.
But another matter.
As he looks over to Francesco.
You're not exactly a vigilante, or at least one native around here, so most likely there's going to be some sort of, well, questioning, considering you might have permanently damaged property on the subway.
And then it hits you, Francesco.
Why it's
Cedric
not here?
specifically told you all not to get into funny business.
Yeah, why?
And you basically just ripped off what is essentially a seat off of the subway.
Yeah, Wyatt had to leave because a meeting was starting and we were going late.
Oh, fuck.
Traylon will speak up and
I
say...
did not see that.
Sorry. Traylon will speak up and say...
I'll go ahead and let him know later.
Yeah, Traylon will simply say, I can fix that. As he picks up the egg and tries to fix it.
Alright, go ahead and roll me... We'll say roll me a straight Tinker's Tools.
25.
Okay. Everybody watches as Traylon... It takes quite a bit because, there is... essentially, it takes quite a bit because essentially, it's really heavy and you have to hold it in place, but once you get the first bit, welded, the first joint welded, the rest come easily.
Whoa, you're quite talented, young man.
Yeah. And because no one else saw that, it's like it never happened.
Still, it's probably best that you all blend in with the crowd as best as you can anyway, and exit the subway as soon as we board. Most likely they're going to ask questions for eyewitnesses and, well, thankfully, these pods are, well, They block off sight as well as protect, so you'll have a chance of not being indicted for anything.
Good to know. Traylon proceeds to draw a dick on one of the eggs.
They get blamed on the Warforged.
Oh.
It's not me, they're the ones that did it.
Oh my god.
You- I imagine you, like, put the marker in the hands of one of the Warforged.
Yes.
Oh no.
He can't
Oh,
even defend
no.
himself. That's not right.
Ah, they were trying to kill people.
That's-
Fuck them.
That's bad. Yeah, meanwhile, Crudes is just kind of like
Mhm.
quietly pacing around, still just kind of fuming. He'll be fine, but like right now, he's just kind of. This didn't have to happen. I know they held us hostage, but fuck.
The mystery man will go ahead and I'll just call him the conductor right now,
Yeah,
since
May as
So
well.
conductor will go ahead and sort of like kneel down to, well, you're both goblins, but he
Yeah.
basically sort of like brings you in close and gives you a bit of a comforting hug, and he goes,
Take pride in the fact that you did a great thing here today. Lives, or, well, robotic lives, were probably lost here, but many goblins and other folk were saved. All because you helped.
That's true. You're right. Still sucks, but you have a point.
It's funny, he just got done, like, being an ultra badass and, like, caved in every one of these, but you remember that he's still a wholesome 50-year-old grandpa at heart.
Doom guy with a soft side.
Fair.
Oh, I need to make my way out of here. Make myself blend in, but if you all still have time tomorrow, I know a place we can all meet up if you wish to talk about this more.
Aye, we're gonna be here for a while. For at least a week, give or take. So,
Yeah.
might as well see what we can find, what trouble we can get into.
Go to a place called Flavia's Den tomorrow if you can. It's a pretty fancy restaurant downtown.
Flavia's Den.
FLAVIA den. Flavia's den.
Flavia. Alright. Alright, everyone. Pretend like you are cowering inside of an egg.
All right. You watch as the conductor sort of like gives you a traditional Iron Domer salute, but also kind of a knowing nod, even though you can't really see like facial features. As he walks to basically through the door that he came and disappears through the darkness, as eventually all of you sort of like all of you seeing what the rest of the passengers do, you all get in your seats and, you know, you press the button and you are all basically encased in... You're all basically encased in these, like, impenetrable, like, domes. There's still a button to turn them off, but you're basically stuck there, and you can't really see outside the window, so... Conductor wasn't lying about this. And then eventually you feel the train, you hear the train, come to a stop. Eventually, one by one, all of the doors, all of the pods begin to morph back into seats as everybody collects their breath. Some screaming at the wreckage of, you know, some decapitated, others, like, caved in Warforged that all tried to kill them. over the next 10 minutes,
Oh,
there
the
are calls
carnage.
for the authorities to come in, basically inspect the crime scene. The entire train is basically put on pause and made a whole crime scene. And as you take the opportunity to leave, the very last thing you see as you leave the train car is you see one of the local authorities brings a middle-aged man who has his arms tied behind his back and his mouth is duct tape. You know, basically tied to a chair, basically, as they carry the chair out, basically carry the chair and escort this old man out of the train to properly untie him and get him to safety. As you notice, this is the train conductor, and as he's being, you know, sort of like escorted out of there, he gives you all sort of like, for the slightest moment, a knowing nod, as you see the true face of the conductor, aka Gareth. And that's where we're gonna end there.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
What do you mean? I had
Oh,
nothing to do
what
with
do we all
any
think of that?
That was that last part was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I add one more thing that might happen real quick?
Yes.
Yes?
I'd say as you're wandering around, you know, trying to not be suspicious, I'd say Crudez in particular, since you were the most like kind of beat up about what had to happen to the more corrupted bots.
Yeah.
As you pass by one of like the ticket booths, you feel like something's watching you.
Oh my.
And as you turn, you see like, you know, the screen that normally just displays like prices or something like that. You swear it's like a stylized eye looking at you before it flickers back, and it's just like the ticket prices again.
Minerva's
to-
fucking Skynet. I fucking called it.
But you don't get to see much more as you have to be rushed away now. Never will end it.
Yeah!
What do you mean? I had nothing to do with it. As you look at the arrow-ridden hold robots. I say as I'm carrying.
Oh, what do you all think?
That last part was pretty cool, and this was fun.
Yeah. And to think that the conductor was born from the fact that Bruin, aka totally not Goblin Batman, was basically a shitpost, and then it's like, you know what? What if they were more superheroes?
Well, he also had to forcibly be retired, so many had to take up his mantle.
So we got. So the conductor is basically our Nightwing.
Perhaps. You're not sure what exactly his deal is.
But yeah.
Bye, you.
But yeah, if you haven't caught on yet, the conductor is basically melee Linshu.
Oh,
I
Lord.
imagine it's the same voice.
It's the same voice.
Yes, one old man voice.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna end the
Fuck
recording because this is
you.
gonna be like a 4-hour episode.
Yeah, and then you're merging it with the first part from last week.
Yeah, so it's gonna be a 4-hour episode.
Hell yeah, baby.
Or you could just like do part 1, part 2, and then release them at the same time.
Maybe. It's up to Gray. Alright. Bye, YouTube!
Bye.
See you next week!
Brr.